Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. These are real, documented experiences, carefully curated and adapted to keep the facts clear and the atmosphere calm enough for sleep. Please like and subscribe and tap the bell to catch each new episode. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then a clean run to the end. Quiet documentary true narration with a literary edge for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I noticed the service elevator because it wasn't on any of the facility maps. I worked late shifts handling inventory transfers in a sprawling commercial complex built beneath an office district. Most nights were identical. Pallets moved, forms got signed, storage rooms opened and closed. I followed procedures because that was my job, and because I was the kind of person who followed procedures even when nobody was watching. That night started with a routine request. A shipment had been logged into a restricted storage area in the lower levels. The regular freight elevator was undergoing maintenance, and a supervisor had left a note mentioning an alternate service lift near an unused loading corridor. I found the elevator exactly where the note described. The doors were old stainless steel, scratched and stained. There was no floor directory beside them, just a single call button. I pressed it. The elevator arrived immediately. Inside, the control panel looked outdated. Most of the buttons were blank. One near the bottom had a faded label that simply read B. I assumed it meant basement. I swiped my access card. The button illuminated. The doors closed. The descent felt longer than it should have. At first, I thought I was imagining it. Underground facilities can distort your sense of direction. Without windows, every floor feels disconnected from the last. Still, after several minutes, I checked my watch. The elevator was still moving. I glanced at my phone. No signal. That wasn't unusual underground. But the clock on the screen had frozen. I locked the device and unlocked it again. The time remained unchanged. A vibration traveled through the elevator floor. Then another. The lights flickered. The descent stopped. The doors opened. I stepped out expecting a storage area. Instead, I found a hallway. The corridor stretched farther than I could see. Yellow wallpaper covered the walls. Not bright wallpaper, not decorative wallpaper. It was stained with dark patches of moisture that spread across its surface like old water damage. The carpet beneath my boots looked soaked. The air felt humid. Every breath carried the smell of damp fabric and stagnant water. I turned around immediately. The elevator doors were still open behind me, relieved. I took a few steps back toward them. The doors closed. I hurried forward and pressed the call button. Nothing happened. I pressed again. No response. I swiped my access card against the metal panel. Still nothing. The elevator remained shut. I remember standing there for several seconds, staring at the stainless steel doors. The situation felt ridiculous. There had to be another exit. I radioed maintenance. Only static answered. I tried calling dispatch. The screen lit up but showed no service. I walked down the hallway. The carpet absorbed every footstep. The ceiling lights were spaced evenly overhead, casting a weak yellow glow. At first, the corridor seemed normal. Then I realized I had been walking for much longer than expected. No doors appeared, no intersections, no signs, nothing. Just wallpaper, wet carpet, and humming fluorescent lights. I stopped, looked behind me. The elevator was gone. There was only more hallway. My stomach tightened. I walked back the way I had come. 10 minutes later, I reached a 4-way intersection. I was certain it hadn't been there before. The new corridor branched in every direction. Each hallway looked identical. The same stained walls, the same damp floor, the same dim lighting. I picked one direction and continued. A few minutes later, I heard a sound. Footsteps. At least I thought they were footsteps. The rhythm felt wrong. One impact would sound close. The next would echo from farther away. Then silence. Then another uneven sequence. Like someone walking without understanding how walking worked. I stopped moving. The sound stopped too. I listened. Nothing. The silence stretched. Then the noise resumed somewhere beyond the walls. A dragging step, a quick step, a pause, another quick step. The pattern made no sense. I called out, no answer came back. The sound continued, always distant, always somewhere nearby. I kept walking. Hours seemed to pass. My watch had stopped entirely. My phone battery remained stuck at the same percentage. Every attempt to contact someone failed. The facility radio eventually emitted a loud burst of static before dying completely. The longer I remained there, the more impossible the place became. Hallways doubled back in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Intersections appeared and vanished. Rooms occasionally existed behind doors that hadn't been there moments earlier. One room contained rusted shelving. Another held stacks of cardboard boxes softened by moisture. A third opened into a narrow corridor that seemed to continue forever. No matter where I went, I never found stairs. Never found an exit. Never found another person. Only the footsteps. The distorted, uneven footsteps. At some point I began noticing something else. The sounds seemed to react to me. Whenever I changed direction, the noises adjusted. Whenever I stopped, they stopped. Whenever I moved faster, they seemed to reposition themselves. Not closer, not farther, just elsewhere, as though something was following from parallel hallways beyond my view. I spent what felt like an entire night wandering. Exhaustion set in. I sat against a wall. The carpet felt cold and damp through my uniform. I closed my eyes for a moment. Then I heard the footsteps again, closer than ever. I stood immediately. The sound came from the corridor ahead, a dragging impact, then a second, then silence. I stared into the distance. Something stood at the far end of the hallway. At first I thought it was another employee. The posture looked human. It stood upright. Its arms hung at its sides. Its head faced toward me. I felt relief. Then I looked closer. The proportions were wrong. The figure was far too tall. Not impossibly tall, just wrong. Its limbs appeared stretched. Its torso seemed elongated, like a photograph distorted by pulling it vertically. I couldn't make out clothing. I couldn't make out facial features. The thing existed at the edge of visibility, where details refused to settle into focus. I raised a hand. The figure raised its hand. My relief vanished instantly. I lowered my arm. It lowered its arm. The movement matched mine perfectly. For several seconds, neither of us moved. Then I took one step backward. The figure copied me, except it moved forward. The distance between us shrank. I turned and ran. The soaked carpet slid beneath my boots. My breathing echoed through the hallways. Behind me came those impossible footsteps, not matching my pace, not chasing in a normal way. The sounds appeared from different directions simultaneously, ahead, behind, beside me. I reached an intersection and turned sharply. The hallway beyond was empty. For a moment, I thought I had escaped it. Then I saw the figure standing at the far end, waiting. I stopped. It stopped. I backed away. It advanced. The realization hit me all at once. The thing wasn't moving through the hallways. The hallways were placing it where it needed to be. Every path led back to it. Every turn ended with its silhouette somewhere ahead. Time stopped making sense after that. I don't know how long I wandered. Days, weeks, maybe longer. My hunger faded eventually. My exhaustion never fully arrived. The lights never changed. The damp air never shifted. The footsteps never disappeared. Sometimes I would glimpse the figure at the end of a corridor. Sometimes around a distant corner. Sometimes reflected faintly in dark patches of moisture on the walls. Always standing still. Always waiting. Always copying. I searched endlessly for the elevator. Once I found the exact corridor where I first arrived. The same stained wallpaper, the same damp carpet, the same section of wall, but the elevator doors were gone. Only wallpaper remained. I pressed my hands against it anyway. The wall felt solid, cold, permanent. That was the moment I understood I wasn't lost inside part of the facility anymore. Whatever existed beneath that elevator wasn't connected to the building above. The elevator had simply been the way in, not the way out. I still walk these corridors. The lights still hum overhead. The carpet still squelches beneath my boots. Somewhere beyond the intersections, the uneven footsteps continue their endless approach, and every so often at the end of a hallway that stretches farther than sight should allow, I see my elongated reflection standing perfectly still, waiting for me to look directly at it. I avoid that warehouse now. That sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud because it was just a store. A massive commercial warehouse that had opened on the edge of town. The kind of place that sold everything from office furniture to bulk food supplies under the same roof. Nothing about it should still bother me years later, but I made the mistake of going inside after hours. And whatever happened in there permanently changed the way I look at large indoor spaces. At the time, I considered myself a highly organized person. I worked with layouts, logistics, and floor plans every day. If you dropped me into an unfamiliar building, I could usually find my way around without difficulty. I relied on structural landmarks, intersections, sightlines, and patterns. That confidence is exactly why what happened felt so wrong. The warehouse had only been open for a few weeks. A friend of mine was helping with inventory systems and had arranged for me to stop by one evening to look at some shelving configurations they were using. I arrived late. The parking lot was nearly empty. Most of the exterior lights were on, casting pale pools across the asphalt. Inside, the building felt enormous. The ceiling seemed impossibly high. Rows of shelving stretched into the distance beneath fluorescent lights. Everything looked new. The polished concrete floors reflected the white overhead glow. Pallets of merchandise sat wrapped in plastic. Signs hung from the ceiling identifying departments and storage sections. My friend was supposed to meet me near the rear inventory area. I checked my phone. No message, no missed call. Assuming he was running behind, I decided to walk farther inside and take a look around. At first, the environment was perfectly normal. The warehouse produced the usual background noise that exists in large commercial buildings. Air handlers moved somewhere above. Ventilation systems hummed steadily. Distant machinery generated a low mechanical presence that blended into the environment until it became almost invisible. I followed the main aisle toward the center of the building. The deeper I went, the more isolated I felt. The shelving units formed long corridors. Every intersection looked similar to the last. Still, I wasn't concerned. I paid attention to landmarks automatically. Stacked patio furniture near one intersection, televisions near another, industrial storage containers farther ahead. I could retrace my route easily. Then the sound stopped, not gradually, instantly. One moment, the warehouse carried its constant mechanical hum. The next moment, it was gone. The silence hit with such force that I physically stopped walking. Everything felt wrong. Large buildings are never truly silent. There is always something. Ventilation, electrical systems, refrigeration units, something. But suddenly there was nothing. The fluorescent lights remained on overhead. The warehouse remained brightly illuminated, yet the absence of sound felt unnatural. Then I noticed another sensation, a vibration, low, rhythmic. It seemed to travel through the floor. At first I assumed some machinery had started operating somewhere distant inside the building, but the vibration didn't behave like normal equipment. It pulsed, slowly, like a repeating wave moving through the structure. I stood still and listened. The vibration continued. Everything else remained silent. I finally decided I should head back toward the entrance and wait there for my friend. I turned around. The aisle behind me looked longer than I remembered. That thought bothered me immediately. I knew memory could be unreliable in repetitive environments. Large warehouses often created visual distortions because identical shelving units reduced recognizable reference points. So I started walking. The first intersection appeared exactly where I expected. The second seemed farther away. The third looked unfamiliar. I stopped. That wasn't possible. I had been paying attention. I always paid attention. I looked around carefully. The patio furniture section was gone. The television displays were gone. The industrial storage containers were gone. Instead, identical shelves occupied every direction. The same boxes, the same pallets, the same fluorescent lighting. I pulled out my phone. No signal. That wasn't entirely surprising inside a steel structure. Still, it added to my discomfort. I continued toward what I believed was the front of the building. Several minutes later, I saw an illuminated exit sign hanging above a cross aisle. Relieved, I headed toward it. The sign pointed left. I followed. The corridor ended in a storage bay, a dead end. I frowned. Warehouses often had service areas beyond visible shelving. Maybe I had taken a wrong turn. I returned to the cross aisle. The exit sign still pointed left. I examined it more closely. Nothing appeared unusual. I continued onward until I found another exit sign farther ahead. This one pointed right. I followed it. Another dead end. I stared at the storage bay. Identical shelving. Identical stacked cartons. No door. No emergency exit. Nothing. A cold feeling began spreading through my chest. I retraced my steps and found another sign. It directed me forward. Again, I followed. Again, I reached a dead end. At that point, I stopped trusting the signs. I decided to rely entirely on structural navigation. That was my strength. I picked a direction and began tracking intersections mentally. Left, straight, right, straight, another right. I should have reached a different section entirely. Instead, I emerged beside the same dead-end storage bay. I recognized a torn shipping label hanging from a carton. The exact same label. I approached it. The rip in the paper matched perfectly. I touched it just to make sure. Same box, same location. I backed away slowly. The vibration beneath the floor continued, steady, rhythmic. The warehouse remained silent otherwise. My sense of direction began unraveling. Every aisle appeared identical. Every intersection repeated itself. The fluorescent lights never flickered. Nothing visibly changed. Yet every route led back to the same locations. Time started feeling strange. I would walk for what seemed like 15 minutes. And arrive somewhere familiar, then glance at my watch and discover only a few minutes had passed. Other times it felt like moments had gone by, yet far more time had elapsed. I began moving faster. I stopped trying to understand what was happening. My goal became simple. Find an exterior wall, any exterior wall. If I reached a wall, I could follow it until I found an exit. That logic felt solid, concrete, reliable. I chose one direction and walked continuously. The shelves extended farther than seemed possible. The aisles never ended. The vibration grew slightly stronger. Then I noticed the shadow. At first I thought it belonged to a shelving unit. The fluorescent lights cast countless shadows throughout the warehouse. There was nothing unusual about that, but something caught my attention. The shape was moving. Slowly, I stopped walking. The shadow continued extending across the floor. There was no object creating it. I looked around carefully. Nothing stood between the light source and the floor. No forklift, no pallet, no person. Yet a dark shape stretched outward. The edge lengthened several inches, then several more. I stared at it. The movement was unmistakable. The shadow was growing toward me. I stepped backward. The shape continued advancing. Not quickly, not dramatically, just steadily, like liquid spreading across concrete. I turned away and walked faster. After several intersections, I looked back. The shadow was gone. I exhaled. Maybe exhaustion was affecting me. Maybe stress and disorientation were distorting my perception. That explanation felt reasonable. For almost a minute, then I noticed another shadow ahead. This one extended from beneath an empty section of shelving. There was nothing underneath. No object, no obstruction, just darkness reaching outward. I stopped again. The shape stretched farther, a few inches, then more. The rhythmic vibration pulsed through the floor beneath my shoes. For the first time that night, genuine fear took hold. I began moving quickly through the aisles. Not running, not yet, but close. The warehouse felt different now, less like a building, more like something pretending to be one. Every intersection looked staged. Every sign felt deceptive. Every row of shelving appeared arranged to keep me moving without ever reaching an edge. The shadows appeared more frequently, sometimes behind me, sometimes ahead, always extending, always reaching, never attached to anything I could identify. I abandoned every navigation strategy I knew. No landmarks worked. No directional logic worked. No signs worked. I simply searched, desperately. The vibration grew stronger. The silence pressed against my ears. Then, without warning, I saw glass, far ahead, a set of front entrance doors, real doors. I froze. I wasn't certain they were real. Everything else had betrayed me, but they looked different. They looked normal. Beyond them, I could see darkness outside, the parking lot. I started moving, then running. The doors remained visible. For the first time all night, they didn't disappear. The shadows stretched along the floor behind me. I never looked directly at them again. I ran straight toward the entrance. The vibration intensified. The fluorescent light seemed brighter. The warehouse felt impossibly vast around me. I reached the doors, pushed through them, and stumbled into the cool night air. The mechanical hum returned instantly. Ventilation systems, electrical equipment, normal building sounds. I collapsed onto the curb and sat there for several minutes trying to understand what had happened. My phone suddenly showed signal again. Several hours had passed, far more than I thought. My friend later insisted he had waited near the front for almost 30 minutes before assuming I wasn't coming. According to him, nobody else had been inside. I never found an explanation. Maybe I became disoriented in a repetitive environment. Maybe stress distorted my perception. Maybe there was some perfectly ordinary reason for everything. I held on to those possibilities for a long time, but I still remember the exit signs leading nowhere. I still remember finding the same dead-end storage bay over and over. Most of all, I remember those shadows slowly stretching across the floor. From sources that did not exist, the warehouse is still operating today. People shop there every day without incident. I've been invited back several times. I have never gone. Now, whenever I enter a large commercial building, I immediately locate the nearest exit and stay aware of it, and whenever I hear the constant background hum of ventilation systems, I feel relieved, because if that sound suddenly stopped, and the silence that followed felt anything like the silence I experienced that night, I know exactly what I would do. I would leave before the shadow started moving. The first sign that something was wrong was how normal everything felt. I was halfway through mopping the third floor of an office building that had been mostly empty for years. The company that owned it still rented a few suites to small businesses, but overnight the place felt abandoned. My shift started late in the evening and ended before sunrise. It wasn't exciting work, but I liked that. I have always preferred jobs that stay predictable. The building sat on the edge of a business park, surrounded by other concrete boxes with dark windows. At night, the only sounds came from the ventilation system and the occasional hum of traffic from a distant highway. I had been working there for less than a week. The cleaning company was short-staffed and needed someone willing to cover overnight shifts. The pay was decent. The instructions were simple. Empty trash cans, vacuum carpets, clean bathrooms, lock up anything left open. Nothing unusual. That night, a light rain tapped softly against the windows, while fluorescent fixtures buzzed overhead. Most of the building had already been cleaned. I was making my way through a section of offices on the 4th floor when I noticed a door I didn't remember seeing before. At first, I assumed I had simply overlooked it. The building was full of identical hallways and identical doors. After several nights walking those corridors, they all started blending together. The door sat at the end of a short side hallway. No sign, no suite number, just a plain gray metal door with a silver handle. I pushed my cleaning cart closer and checked the schedule on my phone. Nothing listed for that area. The building map I'd been given didn't show any office behind it either. My first thought was that it led to maintenance access. Still, it was unlocked. Part of my job was checking unsecured areas, so I opened it. The moment it swung inward, I stopped. I expected a storage room. Instead, I found a massive open office floor. Rows of unfinished concrete stretched away into the distance. Exposed support columns stood beneath a ceiling covered with fluorescent lights. The lights continued so far that they faded into a pale haze. I stood in the doorway for several seconds trying to understand what I was seeing. The building wasn't that large. I had walked around the exterior many times while taking breaks. The entire 4th floor couldn't possibly contain a space this size, even if every interior wall were removed. It wouldn't come close. I stepped through the doorway. My shoes echoed against the concrete. The air felt cooler inside. Not cold, just slightly different. The fluorescent lights overhead gave everything a flat, colorless appearance. There was no furniture, no offices, no equipment, just endless empty floor. I looked back at the doorway. The hallway behind me appeared completely normal. I considered the possibility that I had somehow discovered a section of the building undergoing renovation. That explanation lasted only a few seconds. Renovations still have walls. They still have endpoints. This place didn't. The nearest support columns looked normal enough, but the farther ones became increasingly difficult to judge. Distance seemed wrong. Perspective seemed wrong. The space felt larger every time I looked at it. I took several more cautious steps. My footsteps echoed strangely. The sound didn't return the way it should have. Instead of bouncing back from distant walls, it simply faded, as if there were no walls to hit. I stopped moving. That was when I noticed the phone. It sat alone in the center of the floor. At least it appeared to be the center. A single desk phone resting on top of a small office desk. Nothing else. Just a phone. The sight of it bothered me immediately. Not because it was frightening, because it made no sense. An empty space that shouldn't exist. One desk. One phone. No wires visible. No nearby outlets. No chairs. No computers. No reason for it to be there. I stared at it for a long time. Then the phone rang. The sound cut through the silence so sharply that I physically flinched. The ring echoed across the open space. Once, then again, then again. The sound seemed unnaturally clear, as though the phone were standing directly beside me instead of far away. I remained completely still. The phone continued ringing. Every practical instinct I had immediately focused on one question. Why answer it? I wasn't curious. I wasn't brave. I wasn't interested in finding out who might be calling. People often imagine fear as something that pushes you forward. In my experience, real fear usually does the opposite. It tells you to leave. The ringing continued, steady, patient, waiting. I noticed something then. The sound never changed. No matter how long it rang, it remained exactly the same volume, exactly the same distance. The phone could have been 20 feet away. It could have been half a mile away. I couldn't tell. The realization settled heavily in my stomach. The room wasn't merely larger than it should have been. I wasn't sure the room was behaving like a room at all. The phone rang again. I took one step backward, then another. The ringing continued. I reached the doorway. The phone rang. I grabbed the handle. The phone rang. I pulled the door shut. The ringing stopped instantly. Not faded, not muffled. Stopped. The sudden silence felt almost as strange as the sound itself. I stood there with one hand still gripping the handle. My heart was pounding. The hallway around me looked painfully ordinary. Carpet, white walls, drop ceiling, emergency exit signs. Everything exactly where it should be. I locked the door. Then I tested the handle twice to make sure. After that, I walked away. I didn't run. Running would have required panic. What I felt was something else, a very clear understanding that whatever existed behind that door was not my problem. I finished none of the remaining cleaning tasks. I returned my cart to the supply room. I gathered my things. I left the building. Once I reached my car, I sat in the driver's seat for several minutes, staring at the entrance. Rain streaked across the windshield. Nothing unusual happened. No lights flickered. No shadows moved behind the windows. The building simply stood there, normal, silent, waiting. Eventually, I unlocked my phone. I opened a message to my supervisor. I apologized for the short notice. I explained that I was resigning effective immediately. I claimed a family emergency required me to leave. The explanation was easier than the truth. A minute later, I pressed send. The supervisor replied several hours later after I was already home. The response was brief. They accepted the resignation and thanked me for my time. That should have been the end of it. For the most part, it was. Months passed, then years. I found other work. Life moved on. I never returned to that building. I never tried to investigate what I had seen. I never searched property records or construction plans. I never contacted former employees. Some things aren't mysteries that need solving. Sometimes avoiding an answer is the smartest decision available. A few years later, while driving through that area for an unrelated job, I passed the business park again. The office building was still there. Same windows, same concrete walls, same parking lot. For a moment I considered stopping, not to go inside, just to look. Then I noticed something. One of the upper floor windows glowed faintly with fluorescent light. It was the middle of the afternoon. The building appeared mostly vacant, yet a single section remained illuminated. Maybe there was a perfectly ordinary explanation. Maybe maintenance workers were inside. Maybe tenants still occupied part of the structure. I kept driving. I never looked back. Because after all these years, the detail I remember most clearly isn't the impossible size of that room. It isn't the endless concrete floor. It isn't even the ringing phone. It's the certainty I felt standing in that doorway. The certainty that if I walked far enough toward that desk, eventually the phone would stop ringing, and whoever had been waiting would know I was coming. I pulled into the old neighborhood just as the last of the daylight was draining from the sky. The visit hadn't been planned. I had been driving home from a nearby errand when I passed the street where I grew up, and a sudden wave of nostalgia convinced me to take a detour. The community park sat exactly where it always had, tucked between rows of quiet suburban houses. I hadn't been there in years. As a kid, I spent countless afternoons running across its grass, scraping my knees on its gravel paths, and wasting entire summers on its playground equipment. At least, that was how I remembered it. The parking area was empty when I arrived. No children, no parents, no dog walkers making evening laps around the path. The neighborhood itself seemed unusually quiet, even with twilight settling over everything. I expected to hear something, a television through an open window, distant traffic, the bark of a dog. Instead, there was nothing. I sat in my car for a moment, looking through the windshield at the familiar playground beyond the trees. A strange feeling settled over me. Not fear, not yet. Just the uncomfortable sensation that something wasn't quite matching the picture in my memory. I got out anyway. The air felt oddly still, not calm, still, the kind of stillness that makes you aware of your own breathing. The park wasn't large. I knew every corner of it from childhood. There was the walking path looping around the perimeter, the small basketball court, the cluster of trees near the back fence, the playground positioned roughly in the center. I started toward it. As I walked, I kept trying to identify what felt wrong. The equipment looked different somehow. At first, I assumed it had been renovated. That would have made sense. Years had passed since I'd been there, but the closer I got, the less that explanation worked. The playground seemed bigger, not just newer, bigger. I stopped beside the path and stared. The slide should have been about 10 feet tall. I remembered climbing it hundreds of times. Now it rose far above that. Its ladder stretched upward into the darkening branches overhead. For several seconds, I simply stood there, trying to process what I was seeing. The structure wasn't merely tall, it was impossibly tall. The ladder continued upward through the tree canopy, disappearing among leaves and shadows. I blinked hard, looked away, looked back. It was still there. A chill crawled across my shoulders. I told myself it had to be a trick of perspective. Twilight can distort depth. Shadows can merge shapes together. Maybe the equipment had been expanded and the fading light was making it appear larger than it really was. The explanation sounded reasonable. The problem was that it didn't fit what I was seeing. The farther I looked, the worse it became. The monkey bars extended far beyond their original length. The climbing structures twisted upward in directions that made no architectural sense. Platforms connected at impossible angles. Slides wound through branches like giant metal vines. It looked less like a playground and more like someone had taken the memory of a playground and stretched it beyond recognition. I found myself remembering exactly where everything used to be. The short red slide, the small bridge, the 2 swing sets. Every familiar detail made the differences more disturbing. If I had never been there before, I might have accepted it as an unusual design, but I knew this place. I knew it wasn't supposed to look like this. The realization made my stomach tighten. I took a few cautious steps forward. The shadows beneath the equipment seemed unusually deep. Twilight had thickened into that brief period where colors began disappearing from the world. The sky still held a fading blue glow, but beneath the trees everything looked dark and flat. I stopped near the edge of the playground. The dead air hadn't changed. Not a leaf moved. The trees stood completely motionless. The grass remained still. Even the smallest branches showed no sign of wind. That's when I noticed the swings. There were 2 swing sets, the same ones I remembered. At first I thought children must have been playing there recently because the seats were moving. Then I looked closer. The swings weren't gently swaying. They were moving violently. Every seat surged forward and backward at exactly the same time. The chains stretched tight. The seats rose high, then reversed direction together, perfectly synchronized. I froze. The movement wasn't natural. Not because swings can't move on their own, because they were moving too precisely. Each swing matched the others exactly. No variation, no drifting, no random differences. Forward, backward, forward, backward. All together, the metal chains rattled softly. The sound carried through the silent park. I looked immediately toward the trees. Nothing moved. I checked the grass. Nothing. The air against my face remained completely still. There wasn't even enough wind to stir my shirt. Yet the swings continued. Faster now. Higher. The seats blurred slightly as they reached the peak of each arc. A knot formed in my chest. I searched desperately for an explanation. Maybe some mechanical system had been installed. Maybe maintenance equipment. Maybe something hidden beneath the structure. But the idea fell apart the moment it entered my head. There was no reason for any of that to exist, and even if there were, it wouldn't explain the rest of the playground. The impossible ladders, the endless slides, the distorted geometry, the overwhelming sense that the entire place had become wrong. The swing slammed forward again. The chain snapped taut with a metallic crack. I flinched. The sound echoed through the stillness. Then something occurred to me. The playground wasn't making much noise. It should have been. Metal structures moving that violently should have produced a constant racket. Instead, the sound seemed strangely muted, as though the swings existed behind some invisible barrier. The realization made my skin crawl. I took a step backward, then another. The swings continued their synchronized motion. Forward, backward, forward, backward. I couldn't shake the feeling that they weren't being moved by anything. Not wind, not machinery, not people. Just motion without a cause. The kind of thing your brain rejects immediately because it has nowhere to file the information. My pulse was beginning to race. The nostalgia that had brought me there only minutes earlier was completely gone. In its place was a growing certainty that I shouldn't be standing there. The park felt hostile, not openly threatening, just wrong in a way that triggered every instinct telling me to leave. I backed farther away. My eyes never left the swings. The playground seemed larger than before. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but it genuinely felt as though the structures were occupying more space with each passing second. The ladders appeared taller. The slides seemed to disappear deeper into the trees. Dark shapes formed where I didn't remember shadows existing moments earlier. The entire area felt stretched, expanded, like a photograph being pulled apart. The swings suddenly reached their highest point yet. The seats rose so far that for an instant the chains looked almost horizontal. Then they reversed direction. Altogether, the synchronized motion broke something inside my ability to rationalize what I was seeing. Fear arrived all at once. Sharp, immediate, absolute. I took another step backward, then another. The gravel path crunched beneath my shoes. The sound felt startlingly loud. The swings kept moving. The rest of the park remained frozen. No wind, no movement, no noise beyond the occasional metallic rattle. I remember realizing I was holding my breath. I forced myself to inhale. The air felt cold. The shadows beneath the equipment seemed deeper now than the twilight should have allowed. I didn't want to know why. I I didn't want to investigate. I didn't want one more second near that playground. I turned, walked quickly toward the parking area. Every instinct told me not to run. Running would mean admitting something impossible was happening. Running would make it real, so I kept walking, fast, controlled, focused on reaching my car. The distance wasn't far, yet it felt much longer than I remembered. The dead silence followed me. I resisted the urge to look over my shoulder. For several seconds I managed it. Then curiosity won. I glanced back. The playground stood partially obscured by trees. The swings were still moving. Even from that distance I could see them, all together. Forward, backward, forward, backward. My control disappeared. I broke into a run. The sound of my footsteps echoed across the empty parking area. I reached my car, yanked open the driver's door, and climbed inside. The locks clicked down immediately. My hands were shaking. For a moment I just sat there breathing hard. Then I looked toward the playground one final time. The structures were visible between the trees, dark against the fading sky. The swings still moved, violently, relentlessly, perfectly synchronized. I started the engine and pulled away. The park vanished behind houses and intersections within seconds. By the time I reached the main road, streetlights had begun turning on throughout the neighborhood. Everything looked normal again. Ordinary. Safe. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Some trick of light. Some misunderstanding. Some detail I'd failed to notice. But even now, years later, I can't reconcile what I saw with any explanation that makes sense. The memory stays with me because of how familiar the place was. If it had happened somewhere unknown, I could dismiss it. Instead, it happened in a park I knew better than almost anywhere else. A place tied to childhood summers and simple memories. That's what unsettles me most. Not the impossible ladders, not the endless slides, not even the swings moving without wind. It's the certainty that for a few minutes at twilight, I stood in a place that looked exactly like my childhood park and nothing like it at all. I noticed the elevator was taking longer than it should have before I realized something was wrong. It was close to midnight, and I had just checked into a massive hotel after a long day of delayed flights and airport terminals. The place was one of those sprawling conference hotels with multiple wings branching off from a central atrium. Everything looked polished and modern in the lobby, but the building itself felt older underneath the renovations. Even while checking in, I had gotten turned around twice trying to find the right bank of elevators. By the time I finally made it back upstairs with a takeout bag in one hand and my room key in the other, I was exhausted. The elevator started normally. I pressed the button for my floor, leaned against the wall, and watched the numbers climb. Then they stopped. The display went blank, not flickering, not showing an error, just blank. I straightened immediately. The elevator wasn't shaking or making grinding noises. It felt perfectly smooth. In fact, it continued moving upward for several seconds after the display died. I remember thinking that maybe there had been a power fluctuation affecting only the screen. Then the elevator slowed. The doors opened. I expected to see a hallway full of identical hotel room doors. Instead, I found myself staring into a corridor that looked like it belonged in another decade. The carpet was patterned with faded geometric shapes in dull oranges and browns. The wallpaper had a yellow tint that reminded me of old photographs. The lighting came from recessed fixtures in the ceiling that cast a dim glow, rather than proper illumination. Most noticeably, there were no room numbers. I stepped forward instinctively. The elevator doors closed behind me. At first, I wasn't concerned. Hotels renovate sections all the time. Maybe I had somehow ended up on a service floor or an area under construction. I turned around to check the elevator panel mounted beside the doors. There wasn't one, no floor indicator, no room directory, nothing. Just a blank section of wall where I expected signage. That was the first moment I felt a flicker of unease. I walked down the hallway. The carpet absorbed every footstep. The air smelled faintly stale, as if nobody had opened a window there in years. Of course, there were no windows to open. The corridor stretched ahead before splitting into two identical branches. I chose the left one. The farther I walked, the stranger the place became. Every hallway looked exactly the same. Same carpet, same wallpaper, same lighting. Most hotels use room numbers, emergency signs, maintenance closets, ice machines, or something to break up the monotony. This floor had none of those things. The walls were uninterrupted except for occasional corners leading into more hallways. No doors, no decorations, no signs of occupancy. I stopped. For several seconds, I simply listened. Nothing. No televisions behind walls. No distant conversations. No elevators chiming. No humming ventilation systems. The silence felt unnatural for a building that supposedly contained hundreds of guests. I decided to turn around. That was when I realized I wasn't completely sure which direction I'd come from. The hallway behind me looked exactly like the hallway ahead. I picked what I believed was the correct route and started walking quickly. Within a minute, I reached another intersection, then another, then another. Every turn revealed more of the same endless carpeted maze. The practical part of my brain tried to explain it. Fatigue, disorientation, poor architectural design. Maybe the floor had been part of an abandoned expansion project. Maybe I had accidentally wandered into an unfinished conference level, but those explanations became harder to maintain as the minutes passed. I should have found something. A staircase, a maintenance door, an exit sign, anything. Instead, I kept encountering the same repeating geometry, the same corners, the same stretches of wall, the same dim lights overhead. At one point, I became convinced I was walking in circles. I tested the theory by placing my takeout bag against the wall near an intersection. Then I chose a different path. Several minutes later, I found myself standing in front of the bag again. I wish I could explain how. I had deliberately made turns. I had paid attention. Yet there it was, exactly where I had left it. The sight made my stomach tighten. I grabbed the bag and headed back the way I thought the elevator had been. This time I moved faster. The hallways seemed longer now. Corners appeared farther apart than before. The lighting felt dimmer. The silence pressed harder against my ears. Then I noticed the shadow. At first, it registered only as something odd in my peripheral vision. I was approaching a corner where a long shadow stretched across the carpet. I slowed. The shadow didn't make sense. The hallway was empty. There were no objects nearby capable of producing it. No furniture. No decorations. No protruding structures. Nothing. Yet a dark shape extended from around the corner and across the floor. I stopped completely. My first thought was that something was blocking a light source. Maybe another guest. Maybe a maintenance cart. Maybe some object hidden beyond the bend. I stared at it for several seconds. The shadow remained perfectly still. Then I realized something even stranger. The angle was wrong. The overhead lights couldn't have created it. There was no configuration of the fixtures above that would cast a shadow in that direction. I felt a cold sensation settle into my chest. The logical explanation should have been obvious. Instead, every explanation I considered fell apart the longer I looked. The hallway remained silent. The shadow remained motionless, and somehow that stillness felt worse than movement. I took a cautious step backward. The shadow did not change. I took another. Still nothing. For a brief moment, I considered approaching the corner just to prove to myself there was an ordinary explanation waiting beyond it. I never did, because while I stood there staring, the edge of the shadow shifted, only slightly, but enough. Not the way shadows move when lighting changes. Not the way shadows move when their source moves. It looked as though the darkness itself had adjusted position. A subtle slide across the carpet. Just a few inches. That was enough. I turned around and walked away as fast as I could without running. The practical side of me had finally lost the argument. I didn't care what the explanation was anymore. I only wanted to leave. The hallways seemed endless. Every intersection looked familiar. I kept expecting to see the same corner appear ahead of me again. Instead, I rounded one final bend and froze. The elevator, the exact elevator. Its stainless steel doors stood closed at the end of the corridor. Relief hit me so suddenly that I almost laughed. I hurried toward it. The relief vanished when I reached the call button. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. No response. Again, still nothing. The button didn't light up. No indicator appeared. No sound came from behind the doors. I pressed it repeatedly. My finger jabbed the button over and over. The hallway behind me remained silent. I didn't turn around. I kept pressing. The longer I stood there, the more convinced I became that something waited beyond those corridors. Maybe nothing was actually there. Maybe it was only my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that if I looked back, I would see something standing at the far end of the hallway, watching. I pressed the button again, then the doors opened, instantly, without warning, as if the elevator had been waiting the entire time. I stepped inside so quickly I nearly dropped my food. The doors began closing immediately. For a fraction of a second, I looked out into the corridor. The hallway remained empty. The faded carpet stretched into the distance. The yellowed walls disappeared around identical corners, and near one intersection, far enough away that details blurred together, a dark shape lay across the floor, where no shadow should have existed. The doors sealed shut. The display panel lit up again. This time it showed a normal floor number. The elevator descended. When it reached my floor, everything appeared ordinary. Guests walked through the hallway. Ice machines hummed. Room numbers lined the walls. I went straight to my room. The next morning, I returned to the elevator and checked the floor directory posted beside it. Every guest floor was listed. Every conference level was listed. Every service area was listed. There was no missing floor, no unmarked level, no place corresponding to where I had been. I even mentioned the elevator malfunction to a staff member. They apologized and checked the maintenance logs. According to them, no elevator issues had been recorded that night. I never found a reasonable explanation. Maybe exhaustion distorted my perception. Maybe I somehow wandered into an abandoned section of the hotel and panicked. Those possibilities would make sense. What doesn't make sense is the memory that has stayed with me ever since. Not the endless hallways, not the missing room numbers, not even the elevator. It's the shadow, because when I remember that place, I don't remember seeing something casting it. I only remember the shape itself, stretched across the carpet as though it belonged to an object that wasn't there. I noticed it the second I came up the station stairs, not because anything looked wrong at first glance, but because nothing moved. The city should have been alive. It was just after noon on an overcast weekday. The downtown district was normally packed with office workers, delivery vans, buses, cyclists, and tourists, drifting between storefronts. I exited the transit station expecting the usual wall of noise and motion. Instead, I stepped into silence. Not complete silence. There was still the distant hum of something electrical, the faint whistle of wind slipping between buildings. But there were no engines, no conversations, no footsteps. The street in front of me was empty. I stopped halfway up the final stair and looked both directions. No cars, not even parked ones. The traffic lights cycled through their patterns above a completely vacant intersection. I stood there for several seconds waiting for my brain to catch up. My first thought was that some emergency had happened nearby. Maybe a street closure, maybe an evacuation, but even then there should have been evidence. Barricades, police vehicles, something. There was nothing. I climbed the rest of the stairs and stepped onto the sidewalk. The station entrance sat behind me like an island connected to a city that suddenly didn't exist. I pulled out my phone. No service. That made even less sense. I restarted it immediately. Still nothing. I began walking. Situational awareness had always been one of my strengths. Friends joke that I noticed things nobody else did. I was the person who spotted exits, remembered landmarks, and caught small details when something felt off. At that moment, every instinct I had was telling me something was very wrong. The storefronts looked normal. The streetlights looked normal. The office towers surrounding me looked normal. Yet the absence of people created a pressure in my chest, that grew heavier with every block. I crossed an intersection without checking for traffic because there wasn't any. The pedestrian signals continued their routine. Walk. Don't walk. Walk. As if invisible crowds were obeying them. I called out once. The sound echoed farther than it should have. No response came back. I kept moving. The deeper I went into downtown, the stranger things became. It started with the windows. Most city buildings have signs of life when you look closely. Reflections, interior lights, furniture, tiny movements behind glass. These windows felt empty. Some reflected the gray sky. Others looked almost painted. I stopped outside a large office building and stared upward. The rows of windows repeated perfectly. Too perfectly. Entire sections seemed duplicated. My stomach tightened. I walked closer. The building wasn't wrong exactly. It was more like it lacked detail. Like someone had built the idea of an office tower without bothering to finish it. I backed away. The feeling reminded me of unfinished digital environments I'd seen in video game development videos. Structures existed, shapes existed, but finer details weren't there. The longer I looked, the more obvious it became. A restaurant patio had tables but no menus. A newspaper stand held blank papers. Store signs contained letters that looked correct until I focused on them. Then they seemed slightly distorted, not misspelled, not damaged, just incomplete. I turned slowly in a circle. The entire city suddenly felt like a stage set. My heart began hammering. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe I was sick. Maybe I was experiencing some kind of neurological event, a panic attack, a seizure, anything. But my thoughts felt clear. The environment was what felt wrong. I continued walking, because standing still felt worse. Every block revealed more inconsistencies. Building corners appeared strangely flat. Decorative features vanished when viewed from certain angles. One skyscraper seemed detailed near its base but became oddly featureless higher up. I blinked repeatedly. The effect remained. I reached another intersection and looked down a long avenue stretching toward the horizon. That was when real fear finally arrived. The city didn't seem to extend naturally anymore. The farther away the buildings were, the less real they looked. Their edges softened, details disappeared. Entire blocks resembled cardboard silhouettes placed against a gray background, like scenery, like a rough draft. The realization hit me so hard I physically staggered backward. I knew what cities looked like. I knew perspective. This wasn't perspective. The place around me felt unfinished, as though I had somehow wandered into a copy of reality that had only been partially completed. I began walking faster, then faster still. I wanted people. I wanted traffic. I wanted any sign of normal life. Every street remained empty. Every intersection remained vacant. The overcast sky above seemed lower than before. The air felt still, sterile, artificial. I checked my phone again. Nothing. The screen briefly flickered, then returned to normal. My pulse was racing now. I turned around, trying to orient myself toward the station. Fortunately, I remembered the route. Environmental logic, landmarks, street layout, those things still made sense even if everything else didn't. I started back. The city seemed different on the return trip. Not physically different, just more obviously wrong. The illusion had cracked. Now I couldn't stop seeing it. A row of trees appeared nearly identical, the same branching patterns, the same shape, the same height. A line of parked bicycles existed outside a building. But when I approached, they weren't bicycles at all, just vague forms resembling bicycles. My throat tightened. I looked away immediately. Then came the sound. At first it was so distant I thought it was thunder, a low vibration somewhere above the clouds. I stopped walking. The sound continued, grinding, mechanical, immense. The closest comparison I can give is the noise of gigantic metal gears turning under strain, except it wasn't coming from the ground. It was coming from the sky. The vibration vibration deepened. The air itself seemed to tremble. I looked upward. The cloud cover remained solid and gray. Nothing was visible. The sound grew louder, grinding, turning, dragging, as if something enormous was moving beyond sight. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to get out. Not investigate. Not observe. Run. I broke into a sprint. The station entrance was several blocks away. The grinding noise followed overhead. Each rotation sounded closer than the last. I risked another glance upward. The clouds appeared unchanged. Yet for a fraction of a second I had the overwhelming sensation that something was directly above me. Something massive. Something moving. The feeling was so strong that my legs nearly gave out. I ran harder. The city around me seemed to flatten further. Buildings lost depth. Shadows looked wrong. Entire sections of street felt less real. With every passing second, the grinding noise became deafening. I reached the block containing the transit station. The entrance stood exactly where I remembered, a concrete stairwell descending underground, the only thing in the city that still felt solid. I ran toward it. The sound overhead reached a terrifying volume. Not a roar, not an explosion, a sustained mechanical grinding that felt impossible to describe. I hit the first stair, then the second, then I ducked beneath the station entrance structure. The change happened instantly. No transition, no fade. One moment I was alone in a dead city. The next moment horns blared from traffic outside. Voices echoed across the sidewalk. Engines rumbled. Footsteps approached from every direction. I froze on the stairs. People moved around me. A man brushed past carrying a coffee. A woman climbed towards street level while looking at her phone. Two teenagers laughed as they descended into the station. Everything was normal, completely normal. The sudden noise was overwhelming after the silence. I stood there staring upward. Cars moved through the intersection. Pedestrians crowded the sidewalks. Buses stopped and started. The city had returned. Or maybe it had never left. I walked back outside carefully. The buildings looked real again, detailed, occupied, alive. My phone immediately regained service. Messages poured in. Notifications appeared. Nothing suggested anything unusual had happened. I checked the time. Less than an hour had passed. For several minutes I remained near the station entrance, trying to convince myself I'd experienced some kind of medical episode, maybe stress, maybe exhaustion, maybe something I still can't explain, but one detail has never sat right with me. Before leaving, I looked up one last time at the overcast sky. The clouds appeared perfectly ordinary, yet near the center of the cloud layer, directly above downtown, there was a faint straight line stretching across the grayness. Not a contrail, not a break in the clouds, just a thin mark that looked strangely mechanical. It was gone when I blinked. I still use that station occasionally. The city is always crowded. The streets are always busy. Nothing unusual has ever happened again. But whenever I reach the top of those stairs, I pause for a second before stepping outside, because part of me is afraid I'll emerge into that empty version of the city again and hear those impossible gears turning somewhere above the clouds. I found the staircase by accident during one of the slowest evening shifts I can remember. I wasn't supposed to be in the back corridors at all. I was a customer, killing time while waiting for a friend who worked at a massive furniture and home goods store on the edge of town. The place was so large that wandering through it felt like walking through a small city. Showrooms stretched in every direction. Bright signs hung from the ceiling. Every section blended into the next. After nearly an hour of drifting around, my boredom started getting the better of me. I cut through an employee-only hallway I found near the warehouse entrance. Nobody stopped me. Nobody even seemed to notice. The corridor was plain concrete, lit by buzzing fluorescent tubes that looked older than the building itself. At the far end was a maintenance door. It was already cracked open. I remember pausing for a second, expecting to hear voices or see a worker step out. Instead, there was only silence. That should have been enough reason to turn around. Instead, curiosity won. I slipped through the doorway. The room beyond was narrow and dusty. Pipes ran along the ceiling. Electrical panels lined one wall. Nothing looked particularly strange until I noticed the staircase. It descended into darkness, not dimness, darkness. The lights from the maintenance room seemed to stop halfway down the steps. Swallowed by a blackness that looked almost solid, I stood there debating whether I should leave. The sensible part of my brain told me the stairs probably led to storage or some unfinished basement area. The bored part of my brain wanted to know. I took out my phone and switched on the flashlight. The beam revealed concrete steps continuing downward farther than I expected. I started descending. The air changed immediately. The store above had been warm and dry. Down there, the temperature dropped enough that I could feel it through my shirt. The air carried a stale smell, like old fabric and dust trapped for years. The staircase kept going, long enough that I started wondering how deep the basement actually was. When I finally reached the bottom, I stepped onto a concrete floor and swept my flashlight across the darkness. For several seconds, my brain struggled to understand what I was looking at. The space was enormous, far larger than any basement should have been. Rows of furniture stretched away in every direction. Couches, tables, bookshelves, dining sets, cabinets, all covered in white sheets. The flashlight beam skimmed across hundreds of draped shapes before disappearing into darkness. I slowly turned in a circle. The room felt less like a storage area and more like an abandoned showroom hidden beneath the real one. The ceiling was high enough that I couldn't clearly see it. Support columns vanished into shadows. The beam from my phone seemed tiny against the scale of the place. For a moment, excitement pushed aside the unease. Finding hidden spaces has always fascinated me. There was something surreal about standing in a forgotten section of a building that thousands of people walked above every day without knowing it existed. I moved forward between rows of covered furniture. Dust coated everything. My footsteps echoed softly. The white sheets hung motionless. The deeper I went, the more disconnected I felt from the store upstairs. The noise of shoppers and carts was completely gone. No music, no announcements, nothing, just silence. A strange thought crossed my mind then. The furniture didn't look old. Dusty, yes. Neglected, definitely, but not decades old. Some pieces looked modern, others looked like products I had seen upstairs earlier that evening. It felt less like a forgotten basement and more like a section someone had simply abandoned and sealed away. I wandered farther. My flashlight occasionally caught reflective surfaces beneath loose sheets. Glass tables, mirrors, metal lampstands. At one point, I stopped beside a large sectional couch, hidden under a drape. The sheet covered it so completely that it resembled a giant sleeping animal. I laughed nervously at the thought. The sound vanished into the darkness. Then everything became quiet again. Too quiet. I don't know how long I spent down there. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe less. The deeper I moved into the maze of furniture, the harder it became to judge distance. Every row looked similar. Every aisle ended in another shadowy corridor between covered displays. That was when I noticed something odd. The silence wasn't complete anymore. I stood still, listening. At first I thought it was part of the building. Maybe a machine running somewhere. A ventilation system. A loose pipe. Then I realized the sound had a rhythm. A slow rhythm. A deliberate one. Clap. The noise echoed faintly through the darkness. I froze. Several seconds passed. Then it came again. Clap. Not loud. Not close. Distant. Somewhere deep inside the showroom. I stared into the darkness beyond my flashlight beam. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared. I waited. The sound returned. Clap. The echo rolled through the enormous room. A cold sensation spread through my chest. The logical explanation was obvious. Someone else was down there. A maintenance worker. Security. Another curious person. Yet the sound felt wrong. It wasn't accompanied by footsteps. There was no voice, no indication of movement, just a single clap, then silence, then another. I switched off my flashlight for a moment. I immediately regretted it. The darkness became absolute. I couldn't see my own hand. The sensation was so overwhelming. that I turned the light back on almost instantly. The beam seemed weaker now, smaller, insufficient. Another clap echoed through the room. This time it sounded slightly closer. I told myself it was my imagination. Large spaces distort sound. Everyone knows that, but I suddenly had no desire to keep exploring. The excitement was gone. I wanted to leave. I turned around and started walking back the way I thought I had come. The rows of furniture looked different now. The white sheets no longer seemed harmless. They resembled silent figures standing shoulder to shoulder. I kept moving. Faster. The flashlight bounced with each step. Another clap. Closer. The sound bounced off distant walls and columns. I stopped, listening. Nothing. The silence that followed felt worse than the sound itself. I started moving again. My pace increased. The beam found an aisle I recognized, then another. Finally, I spotted the staircase in the distance. Relief hit me immediately. I headed straight toward it. Halfway there, the clapping returned. Not a single clap this time. Several. Slow. Rhythmic. Separated by long pauses. The sound drifted through the darkness somewhere beyond the furniture. I never saw anything. That was the worst part. If someone had stepped into the light, I could have understood it. If I had seen a worker or another person, the fear would have vanished. Instead, there was only darkness and the sound. Clap. Pause. Clap. I broke into a run. My footsteps echoed loudly now. The staircase seemed farther away than before. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving. I reached the stairs and took them two at a time. The clapping echoed again somewhere below. I didn't look back. I climbed until the maintenance room lights came into view. Then I burst through the doorway into the narrow utility corridor. The brightness felt blinding after the darkness below. I grabbed the maintenance door and slammed it shut. The metal rattled in its frame. There was a sliding latch on the outside. I shoved it into place without thinking. For several seconds I stood there breathing hard, waiting, listening. Nothing. The corridor remained silent. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The store around me suddenly felt normal again. Ordinary. Safe. Eventually, I returned to the public area and found my friend near the checkout lanes. I almost told him what had happened. Instead, I casually asked whether there was another showroom under the building. He frowned. He said there wasn't. I mentioned the staircase. He looked confused. Then he told me that maintenance access in that part of the store only led to utility rooms and equipment areas. Nothing else. I didn't argue. Maybe he was mistaken. Maybe I had wandered into some storage level employees rarely used. Maybe the acoustics transformed an ordinary sound into something unsettling. I tried convincing myself of that during the drive home. The problem is that I still remember the size of that place, the scale of it, the endless rows of covered furniture disappearing into darkness, and every time I think about it, I picture that hidden showroom sitting beneath the brightly lit store, while shoppers walk overhead. Without a clue, I picture those silent aisles waiting in the dark, and somewhere beyond the reach of a flashlight beam, a slow rhythmic clap echoing through the empty space. I've worked in large facilities for most of my career. Hospitals, research campuses, administrative complexes, places where the public only sees the polished parts while an entire hidden infrastructure operates behind walls and beneath floors. After enough years, you learn where you're supposed to be and, more importantly, where you're not. That's why what happened still bothers me. It wasn't dramatic. Nobody got hurt. There was no official report, but there was a moment, lasting only a few minutes, when I accidentally crossed into a section of a building that felt like it had been forgotten by everyone except whatever was moving down there. At the time, I was employed as a facilities coordinator for a large government office complex. The building occupied several connected structures and included multiple basement levels used for storage, utilities, maintenance operations, and mechanical systems. Most employees never visited those areas. I did. Part of my job involved moving between departments and checking on various projects throughout the day. I knew the layout well enough that I rarely needed maps or signs. One afternoon during normal business hours, I was heading to a record storage room located on the lower levels. The basement itself was ordinary. Clean tile floors, bright fluorescent lighting, painted walls, security cameras, the usual institutional atmosphere. I took an elevator down and started toward the storage section. The route required passing through a service hallway that branched into several corridors. I had walked it countless times before. At least, I thought I had. I was distracted by a phone call and turned left at an intersection where I should have gone right. At first, I didn't notice the mistake. The hallway looked nearly identical to the others. Same lighting, same width, same beige walls. I continued walking while reviewing notes on my phone. After about 30 seconds, something felt off. The corridor seemed longer than I remembered. Much longer. I stopped and looked ahead. The hallway stretched far into the distance. No doors, no signs, no visible destination. Just a straight passage disappearing beneath rows of fluorescent lights. I lowered my phone. For a moment, I assumed I had entered a maintenance route that connected to another section of the building. That wasn't unusual. What caught my attention was the floor. The polished tile ended abruptly about 20 feet ahead. Beyond that point, the surface changed to unfinished concrete. I frowned. The transition was sharp enough to be intentional, like crossing a boundary. Curiosity got the better of me. I kept walking. As soon as I stepped onto the concrete, the atmosphere changed. The air felt cooler, not dramatically, just enough to notice. The walls were different too. The painted drywall gave way to bare panels that had never been finished. Joint compound marks remained visible. Some sections showed exposed fasteners. Others looked abandoned midway through construction. I slowed my pace. This didn't resemble any active area I knew about. The fluorescent fixtures became less frequent. The corridor seemed quieter. The normal sounds of office activity had vanished. No distant conversations, no elevator chimes, no HVAC hum, nothing. I checked my phone. No signal. That wasn't impossible in basement levels, but it was unusual. The hallway continued straight ahead, then another 100 feet, then another. The farther I walked, the less the place resembled a functioning facility. It felt unfinished, temporary, yet somehow permanent at the same time. I eventually reached an intersection. A single corridor crossed perpendicular to the one I occupied. The opening ahead was dark enough that I couldn't see very far in either direction. I stopped. Every instinct told me to turn around. I wasn't supposed to be there. More importantly, I had no idea where there actually was. I took one step backward, then I heard it. At first it sounded distant, a metallic scrape, long, heavy, like steel dragging across concrete. The sound echoed from somewhere beyond the intersection. I froze. The noise stopped. Silence returned. I waited. 5 seconds, 10, nothing. I convinced myself it was maintenance equipment, maybe a cart, maybe construction materials, maybe someone moving machinery. Then it happened again. Scrape. This time it was louder, closer. The sound carried through the intersecting corridor ahead. Whatever created it wasn't stationary. It was moving. Toward the intersection, toward me. I listened carefully. There were no voices, no conversation, no engine noise, no wheels. Just that single scraping sound, followed by silence. Then another scrape, closer. Pause. Another scrape. Closer still. The rhythm felt wrong, too uneven, too heavy, almost as if something enormous was dragging itself across the floor. I stared into the darkness beyond the crossing corridor. Part of me expected a worker to appear, or a maintenance vehicle, or something rational. Nothing emerged, only the sound. Scrape. I felt every hair on my arm stand up. The noise was definitely approaching. The echoes had changed. The source couldn't have been more than 50 or 60 feet from the intersection now. I should have turned and run. Instead, another instinct took over. The same instinct that tells you not to attract attention when something dangerous might not know you're there. I began backing away, slowly, carefully, without taking my eyes off the intersection. The scrape came again, louder. A grinding metallic groan followed it. For the briefest moment, I thought I heard something else beneath the sound, a low vibration, not a voice. Not exactly, more like the resonance of tremendous weight shifting against concrete. I continued retreating, one step, then another. The unfinished hallway stretched behind me. The intersection remained empty, yet the sound kept approaching. Scrape, scrape, each one closer than the last. My heartbeat became so loud I could hear it in my ears. I remember calculating distances. If whatever was making the noise reached the intersection before I returned to the finished section of hallway, I would probably run. Until then, I didn't want to make sudden movements. I don't know why. The logic made no sense, but it felt important. The boundary between unfinished and finished flooring finally came into view behind me. Concrete became tile. Raw drywall became painted walls. Normal building infrastructure slowly returned. I crossed onto the tiled floor without turning around. The scraping sound came once more. Very close now. Close enough that I thought the source might finally appear, but it never did. I kept backing away. The distance increased. The echoes weakened. Eventually, the intersection vanished from sight. Only then did I turn around and walk quickly toward the elevator lobby. When I reached it, everything looked normal. Employees waited for elevators. Someone carried a box through a doorway. A janitor pushed a cleaning cart across the floor. The ordinary sounds of business returned immediately. I looked back toward the hallway I had exited. From the lobby, it appeared completely normal. Nothing about it suggested the endless unfinished corridor beyond. I considered reporting the strange area to maintenance. Instead, I decided to verify my route first. The next day, I returned with a printed floor map. According to the building plans, the corridor where I'd taken the wrong turn shouldn't have extended more than 40 feet before ending at a secured utility room. There was no intersection shown, no unfinished network, no long concrete passage, nothing. Just a dead end. Assuming the map was outdated, I tried to locate the hallway again. I found the same turn, the same corridor, the same lighting, but this time 40 feet ahead, exactly where the plans indicated, was a locked utility room door. Beyond it, nothing. No endless hallway, no unfinished section, no concrete, no intersection. I checked 3 separate times. The layout remained exactly the same. For years I've tried to explain what happened. Maybe I became disoriented. Maybe I entered another area without realizing it. Maybe there was some temporary construction route that was later sealed off. All of those explanations sound reasonable. The problem is the sound. I've spent most of my professional life around industrial facilities. I know what carts sound like. I know machinery, pipes, mechanical equipment, construction work. None of them match what I heard approaching that intersection. Whatever produced that scraping noise was heavy, extremely heavy, and it was moving toward me from somewhere that officially doesn't exist. The strangest part is that I still work in facilities management today. I've visited countless basements since then. Whenever I accidentally take a wrong turn, I remember that corridor, and whenever I hear metal scrape across concrete, even from a safe distance, I find myself stopping to listen, just to make sure the sound isn't getting closer. I first noticed the fog because it erased a row of houses I had been looking at a second earlier. One moment, I was standing in the middle of a newly paved street, staring down a long stretch of identical unfinished homes. The next, the far end of the development had simply vanished behind a wall of gray. It happened so quickly that I stopped walking. The subdivision sat on the edge of town, beyond the last occupied neighborhoods and shopping centers. Construction had stalled months earlier, leaving dozens of nearly completed houses standing empty behind temporary fencing and piles of unused materials. I had driven past the place countless times and finally decided to explore it one late afternoon after work. Curiosity had always been my biggest weakness. The place felt strange from the beginning, but not in a frightening way. Everything looked too uniform. Every house had the same pale siding, the same driveway, the same narrow patch of dirt where grass was supposed to be planted someday. The streets curved through the development in neat patterns, but there were no cars, no workers, no decorations, and no signs of anyone ever having lived there. It felt like a neighborhood waiting for people who never arrived. I wandered deeper than I intended. The sun was already dropping lower when I noticed the temperature change. The warm air of the afternoon suddenly felt cooler. A breeze moved through the empty streets. Then the fog appeared. At first, it seemed normal enough. A few drifting patches rolled between houses, but within minutes it thickened into something I had never seen before. The horizon disappeared. The distant hills disappeared. Even the nearest intersections became difficult to see. I turned around and immediately realized I had made a mistake. Every street looked exactly the same. Every house looked exactly the same. The landmarks I had been casually using to orient myself were gone. I still wasn't scared yet. Annoyed maybe, concerned. I figured I could retrace my route back to the main road. The development wasn't huge. I only needed to keep moving in one direction, so I picked a street and started walking. The fog continued thickening. Soon I could only see a short distance ahead. The unfinished houses emerged from the gray like large shapes underwater. Their windows looked black. Their empty driveways seemed deeper than they should have. The silence became noticeable. There were no birds, no distant traffic, no construction sounds, just the faint scrape of my shoes against asphalt. I checked my phone. No signal. That bothered me more than the fog. The town wasn't far away. Losing service entirely made no sense. I slipped the phone back into my pocket and continued walking. A few minutes later, I reached an intersection I didn't remember seeing before. I stood there trying to decide which direction led back toward town. That was when I heard my name. It came from somewhere behind me. I spun around immediately. Nothing. Only fog. The voice had been distant but clear. A man calling my name. For a second, I assumed another explorer had wandered into the subdivision. Then I realized something that made my stomach tighten. The voice sounded exactly like mine. Not similar. Not close. Mine? I stood frozen. The fog shifted between the houses. No movement. No figure. No explanation. I waited. The silence returned. I told myself there had to be a rational reason. An echo. My imagination. Some strange acoustic effect caused by the weather. I started walking again. Faster this time. I made it halfway down the next block before the voice returned. It called my name again. Closer. The sound came from my right, from inside one of the houses. I stopped instantly. The unfinished home sat beside me with dark, empty windows facing the street. The front door stood partially open. The voice came again. My name, spoken in my own voice. From somewhere inside, every hair on my arm stood up. I wish I could say curiosity won. Normally it would have. Normally I would have convinced myself to investigate. Instead, every instinct I possessed screamed the same thing. Leave. Right now. I backed away from the house. The voice spoke again. Not louder. Not more aggressive. Just familiar. It sounded exactly like I would sound if I were standing inside that house calling to someone outside. I couldn't understand how that was possible. I had never heard anything like it. The fog swirled around the driveway. The open doorway remained dark. Then another voice came from deeper inside the structure. The same voice. My voice. Calling my name again. 2 locations. Same voice. The same impossible sound. Something inside me snapped. Curiosity disappeared. Logic disappeared. I turned and ran. I didn't care where I was going. I didn't care whether I was heading toward town or deeper into the development. I just wanted distance between myself and that house. My footsteps pounded against the pavement. The fog reduced everything to shifting gray walls. Houses appeared beside me and vanished again. Intersections emerged unexpectedly. I nearly collided with a mailbox that materialized directly ahead. Behind me, the voice continued, calling. Not shouting, not chasing, calling. Each time it sounded slightly closer. I refused to look back. My breathing became ragged. The fog dampened everything around me. The air felt cold and wet against my face. I turned a corner, ran down another street, turned again. The development had become a maze. Every direction looked identical. Every house looked identical. The voice continued appearing from different places. A house to my left, a house ahead, a house behind me. Each time it was my voice. Each time it spoke my name. At one intersection I stopped briefly, desperate to orient myself. That was a mistake. The silence settled immediately. No voice, no movement, nothing. Then I heard it from a nearby house, very close. Close enough to sound like someone standing just inside the front door. I ran again. The fog grew darker as afternoon slipped toward dusk. Streetlights had not been installed in most of the development. The gray surroundings slowly transformed into shadows. My lungs burned. I stumbled once and nearly fell. Still, I kept moving. At some point, I noticed a change beneath my feet. The road surface felt different. Not newer, older, more worn. I kept running. Shapes emerged ahead. Different shapes. Not unfinished houses. Occupied homes. Trees. Parked vehicles. Mailboxes with decorations. Porch lights. For a second, I didn't believe what I was seeing. Then I crossed an intersection and nearly collapsed with relief. I recognized the street immediately. It belonged to the edge of town. The fog remained behind me, hanging over the unfinished development like a solid wall. I finally stopped running, bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The normal sounds of civilization returned. A dog barking, a television through an open window, the distant hum of traffic. I looked back toward the subdivision. Part of me expected to see someone emerge from the fog. Maybe a prankster, maybe another explorer, maybe anything that could explain what had happened. Nobody appeared. The gray wall simply sat there between the occupied neighborhood and the empty development. I walked home without looking back again. That should have been the end of it. For a long time, I treated it like an unexplained experience caused by stress, confusion, and bad visibility. Months passed. The subdivision eventually resumed construction. Families moved in. The empty streets filled with cars and children and lawn decorations. The place became a normal neighborhood. At least that's what everyone else sees. I still avoid driving through it. Not because of the fog, not because I got lost. Because one evening, nearly a year later, I stopped at a gas station across town and overheard two strangers talking. One of them mentioned getting turned around while walking through that neighborhood shortly after moving in. The other laughed and asked if he'd heard the voice. The first man didn't answer right away. He just stared at him. Then both of them became very quiet. I left before I heard anything else. I've never gone back to ask questions. I've never returned to that development. But sometimes, when fog rolls across the outskirts of town near sunset, I find myself remembering the sound that came from inside that unfinished house. The thing that unsettles me most isn't that something called my name, it's that the voice sounded exactly like me, as if another version of myself had been waiting somewhere in that identical maze of houses and fog for me to answer. The first time I passed the building, I barely noticed it. It was late at night, and I was driving home along a rural highway that cut through miles of empty land. The road was one of those stretches that seemed forgotten by everyone except truckers and people trying to save time. No streetlights, no houses, just dark fields on both sides and my headlights carving a narrow tunnel through the blackness. I was already tired. Not exhausted, just worn down enough that every mile felt longer than it should. That's why the building caught my attention. It sat a short distance from the shoulder, isolated in the darkness. It looked like an old roadside diner that had been abandoned decades ago. The roof had partially collapsed. One side of the structure leaned slightly inward. A faded sign hung above the entrance. Though I couldn't read what it once said, it was unusual enough for me to glance at it. Then I kept driving. At the time, nothing felt wrong. The highway was mostly empty, but that wasn't unusual. A few vehicles had passed me during the previous hour. I remembered seeing a pickup truck in front of me and a semi behind me, not long before I reached the building. The road continued straight ahead. 10 minutes later, I saw the building again. At first, I assumed there had to be another abandoned diner, but as I approached, I noticed the same collapsed roof, the same tilted wall, the same broken sign. I frowned and checked my mirrors. The road behind me was empty. The road ahead was empty too. That was strange, but not enough to scare me. I told myself I must have taken a connecting route without realizing it. Maybe the highway curved somewhere and looped around. Maybe there were two identical structures. I kept driving. The longer I thought about it, the less sense it made. I had lived in the area for years. I knew this highway. There were no loops, no exits, no circles that could bring me back to the same place. Still, I tried to ignore it. 5 or 10 minutes later, the building appeared again. This time my stomach tightened. I slowed down as I passed. The headlights illuminated the cracked front windows, the collapsed roof, the rusted sign. Every detail was identical. I looked for anything that might prove it was a different structure. There wasn't anything. It was the same building, exactly the same. I checked the clock on my dashboard. The numbers were frozen. I tapped the display. Nothing changed. A cold feeling spread through my chest. I grabbed my phone from the center console. No signal. That wasn't completely unusual in remote areas. What was unusual was the screen. The signal indicator was gone entirely. The display wasn't responding properly. The time wasn't updating. Notifications wouldn't load. When I tried opening an app, the screen froze for several seconds before turning gray. I restarted the phone. The startup logo appeared. Then it locked in place. My pulse jumped. I hated how quickly fear took hold of me. I've never handled panic well. Small problems can spiral in my head faster than they should, but I've learned how to control it. The feeling comes first, then the discipline. I forced myself to focus on facts. I was driving. The vehicle was functioning normally. The engine sounded fine. The headlights worked. The fuel gauge looked normal. I could still think clearly. Those were facts. Everything else could wait. I put the phone down and continued forward. The darkness beyond the windshield felt different now. Not threatening, just empty. Too empty. The highway stretched ahead without interruption. No headlights appeared in the distance. No taillights. No trucks. No cars. Nothing. The pickup truck I'd seen earlier was gone. The semi behind me was gone. The entire road seemed abandoned. I rolled down my window. Cool night air rushed inside. There were no sounds except my engine and the tires humming against the pavement. Even the insects seemed absent. The silence bothered me more than the repeated building. Then I saw it again. The diner, waiting beside the road. I don't know how many times I passed it after that. 3 times, maybe 10, maybe more. Eventually I stopped trying to count. Each appearance happened after what felt like the same amount of driving, the same stretch of pavement, the same gentle curve, the same rise in the road, then the building. Every time, the repetition became unbearable. I considered turning around. Then I realized I hadn't seen a single intersection in what felt like hours. The road never changed. The landscape never changed. The darkness never changed. Only the building returned. Again and again and again. At one point I switched on the radio. Static exploded from the speakers. I scanned through every station. Nothing but noise. The static wasn't even fluctuating. It sounded flat and constant, like a machine trying to imitate radio interference. I shut it off immediately. The silence felt better. My dashboard clock was still frozen. My phone remained unusable. The highway remained empty. I started wondering how long I had actually been driving. It felt like hours. Maybe it had only been minutes. Without traffic, radio stations, phone service, or a working clock. Time became impossible to measure. That realization scared me more than anything else. The building appeared again. I gripped the steering wheel harder. For a moment, panic almost took over. I wanted to accelerate. I wanted to get off the highway. I wanted to do something, anything. Instead, I forced myself to think. Every appearance of the diner followed movement. Drive forward, see the building. Drive forward, see the building again. The pattern never changed. If movement kept producing the same result, Then continuing forward made no sense. I remembered something I'd read years earlier about breaking mental loops. When your mind gets trapped in repetition, you interrupt the cycle completely. Stop, reset, start again. It sounded ridiculous, but I had no better idea. The next time the building appeared in my headlights, I slowed down. The structure sat silently beside the road, waiting. I pulled onto the shoulder. The tires crunched against gravel. For the first time in what felt like forever, the vehicle stopped moving. I shifted into park. The engine idled softly. Nothing happened. The diner remained where it was. The darkness remained where it was. The silence remained where it was. My heart pounded so hard I could feel it in my neck. I took a deep breath, then another. Then I closed my eyes. I didn't pray. I didn't count. I didn't speak. I simply sat there with my hands resting on the steering wheel and my eyes shut. The fear was still there, but underneath it was focus. If I was trapped in some kind of loop, I needed to stop participating in it, so I sat completely still. I have no idea how long I remained that way. It could have been seconds. It could have been much longer. Eventually, I opened my eyes. The first thing I saw was headlights, dozens of them. Cars moving in both directions, a semi-truck passing on my left, another vehicle approaching from behind. The highway was alive again, normal, busy, real. I looked toward the roadside. The abandoned diner was gone. In its place stood an empty field. There wasn't even a foundation, no rubble, no sign, nothing, just grass stretching into darkness. My dashboard clock was working. The time had advanced normally. My phone displayed full functionality. Messages began arriving all at once. The radio played music. Everything had returned to exactly how it should have been. I sat there for nearly a minute before pulling back onto the road. The rest of the drive home was uneventful. Traffic remained steady. The highway remained familiar. Nothing unusual happened again. A few days later, curiosity got the better of me. During daylight, I drove that same route. I searched for the diner. I searched for any abandoned structure. I searched for anything that resembled what I had seen. There was nothing. Just fields. The same fields that had always been there. I've gone back several times over the years. I've never found the building. I've never lost signal. I've never seen the highway empty like that again. But even now, when I drive late at night and the road stretches ahead without another vehicle in sight, I sometimes remember that endless stretch of darkness and the feeling that came with it. Not fear, not exactly, just the certainty that for some unknown amount of time, I was completely alone on a road that refused to let me leave, and somewhere beyond my headlights stood a building that should never have been there. The evening I got trapped inside that massive pool and fitness complex started out as one of the most relaxing nights I'd had in months. I've always paid attention to buildings. It's a habit I developed over the years because I enjoy understanding how spaces fit together. Hallways, stairwells, maintenance access points, emergency exits. I notice things most people walk right past. Usually it's just an interesting hobby. That night, it may have been the only reason I got out. The facility sat on the edge of town, a sprawling indoor recreation center with multiple swimming pools, fitness rooms, locker areas, walking tracks, and several levels connected by tiled corridors. I arrived shortly before closing. The parking lot was strangely empty, but I assumed most people had already left. When I stepped through the front entrance, the silence immediately caught my attention. Large recreational buildings are never completely quiet. Even when empty, you hear ventilation systems, distant machinery, water circulation pumps, or the occasional echo of someone moving around. But the silence inside this place felt unusually complete. The front desk was unattended. The overhead lights reflected brightly off the polished tile floors. Beyond the lobby, a large decorative fountain stood beside a circular seating area with blue benches arranged around a fake palm tree. I remember that detail clearly because I ended up seeing it far more times than I should have. At first, I wasn't concerned. I figured employees were somewhere deeper inside the facility. Maybe they were cleaning or closing sections for the night. I wandered through the pool area, admiring the size of the place. Multiple pools stretched across the lower level. Elevated walkways overlooked the water. Glass walls separated fitness rooms, filled with neatly arranged equipment. Everything seemed perfectly normal, just empty. After 20 minutes of walking, I decided it was time to leave. That's when I noticed something strange. The route back didn't look familiar. I was certain I had entered through a hallway lined with fitness studios. Instead, I found myself in a corridor bordered by locker rooms. Thinking I'd simply taken a wrong turn, I retraced my steps and tried another route. 5 minutes later, I emerged into the lobby. Specifically, I emerged beside the decorative fountain, the blue benches, the fake palm tree. I stopped. It wasn't alarming yet. Large buildings can be confusing. I laughed at myself and chose a different hallway. This time I paid close attention. I counted intersections, noted signs, watched for landmarks. I walked in what felt like a perfectly straight direction for nearly 15 minutes. When I reached the end of the corridor and turned the corner, I froze. The fountain sat directly ahead of me. The blue benches circled the fake palm tree exactly as before. I stood there staring. My first thought was that the building had been designed symmetrically. My second thought was that symmetry couldn't explain every scratch on the benches appearing in exactly the same places. I walked around the fountain. The small crack in one tile near the base was still there. This wasn't another lobby. It was the same one. A knot formed in my stomach. I began testing routes deliberately. Left turns only, then right turns only, then staircases, then ramps, no matter what path I followed. Eventually I arrived back at the fountain. Sometimes it took 5 minutes, sometimes 20, but the result never changed. The deeper I explored, the stranger the experience became. Certain hallways felt longer than they should have. Some intersections appeared where I was sure they hadn't existed before. Once I walked past a row of vending machines, turned a corner, and somehow found myself looking at the exact same machines from the same angle. I checked my phone repeatedly. The clock advanced normally. Hours seemed to be passing, yet I could never reach an exterior door. My confusion gradually transformed into something far less comfortable: panic. I started moving faster. The quiet building no longer felt relaxing. Every tiled corridor seemed identical. Every stairwell appeared to reconnect with another section I'd already visited. The vastness of the complex became overwhelming. I was trapped inside an enormous structure that somehow refused to let me reach its boundaries. Then the lights went out, not gradually, not section by section. One moment, bright fluorescent fixtures illuminated everything. The next moment, darkness swallowed the building. A loud mechanical click echoed somewhere overhead. For several seconds, I couldn't see anything. Then dim emergency lighting flickered on. Thin strips of pale illumination lined portions of the walls. The pools disappeared into blackness. Long corridors became shadow-filled tunnels. The atmosphere changed instantly. Until then, some part of me had still believed there had to be a logical explanation. Standing alone in that weak emergency glow, I wasn't so sure anymore. I called out several times. No answer. No footsteps. No voices. Nothing. The silence felt heavier than before. I began searching frantically. The main corridors had failed me repeatedly. So I started examining areas I would normally ignore: storage alcoves, maintenance doors, utility spaces, anything that looked different. Eventually, near the back of what appeared to be a service corridor, I noticed something unusual. At floor level, partially hidden behind cleaning equipment, was a small hatch. It looked far too small for normal use. Most people would probably have overlooked it entirely. I knelt beside it and brushed away dust. The hatch wasn't locked. When I pulled it open, cool air flowed through from the other side. For the first time in hours, I felt genuine hope. The opening was narrow enough that I had to crawl. The space beyond resembled a maintenance passage running beneath part of the structure. The concrete surface scraped against my knees as I moved forward. Behind me, The dim emergency lights cast long shadows through the opening. I didn't hesitate. I crawled as quickly as I could. The passage seemed endless. Then, suddenly, I felt fresh air. A few moments later, I emerged outside behind the building. Night had fully fallen. The parking lot lights glowed in the distance. I stood there breathing hard, staring back at the enormous recreation center. From outside, it looked completely ordinary. No impossible geometry, no endless hallways, no sign that anything unusual had happened. I considered going back to investigate. That thought lasted maybe 3 seconds. Instead, I walked directly to my car and left. I've returned to that area several times since then. The building still operates. People swim there, exercise there, attend classes there. No one I've spoken to has ever reported anything unusual. Sometimes I wonder whether exhaustion or stress somehow distorted my perception. Maybe I got disoriented in a massive building and panicked. Maybe the emergency lighting made everything look the same. Maybe there is a perfectly reasonable explanation. But whenever I think about that possibility, one detail keeps bothering me. I can still picture the decorative fountain perfectly, the blue benches, the fake palm tree, and I know with absolute certainty that I walked away from it over and over again, only to find myself standing beside it again hours later. The first sign that something was wrong wasn't the fog, it was the silence from my phone. I noticed it just before 4 in the morning. While driving a deserted network of rural roads that cut through miles of farmland and scrubland, I was heading home after a long overnight trip, taking a route I had never driven before but that my navigation app insisted would save nearly an hour. The fog had been thick for miles already, reducing the world to a tunnel of gray illuminated by my headlights. Every fence post, every road sign, every cluster of trees emerged from the mist without warning and vanished just as quickly behind me. When my phone screen suddenly went black, I assumed the battery had died. That didn't make sense. It had been charging. I unplugged it and pressed the power button. Nothing. The charging indicator on my dashboard blinked once and disappeared. A second later, the dashboard clock reset itself. Then the radio cut out. No static. No warning. Just silence. I sat forward in my seat, staring at the dark display. The engine was running normally. The headlights were fine. Everything else seemed untouched. Still, a cold feeling settled in my stomach. I picked up the phone again. Dead. No response at all. That left me relying entirely on road signs. Normally that wouldn't have bothered me, but there was almost nothing out there. The road stretched through open land without landmarks, and the fog swallowed visibility beyond a few dozen yards. I kept driving. The first odd thing I noticed was a weathered red barn. It appeared on my right side, standing alone behind a sagging fence. I remember it clearly, because one section of its roof had collapsed inward. A minute later, I passed a narrow bridge over a shallow drainage ditch, then a cluster of dead trees, then another long stretch of road. 5 minutes later, I saw the same barn again. At first, I thought there must be several similar structures in the area. The bridge appeared again too. So did the dead trees. I frowned and checked the road behind me. Nothing. The fog remained thick and featureless. The road continued straight. I told myself I was imagining things. Fatigue can do strange things after a long drive. I rolled down the window slightly to let cold air wake me up. The damp fog rushed inside. I focused on staying alert. Then I saw headlights behind me. The lights emerged from the mist at a steady distance, not gaining, not falling back, just following. That wasn't unusual by itself. Eventually, another vehicle was bound to appear. I glanced at the rearview mirror several times over the next few minutes. The distance never changed. The vehicle stayed exactly where it was, close enough for me to see the lights, far enough that I couldn't make out details. The road curved gently left, The headlights followed. The road curved right. The headlights followed. I accelerated slightly. The headlights matched the increase. A knot formed in my chest. I slowed. The lights slowed. Same distance. Exactly the same. I tested it again. A little faster. A little slower. The result never changed. For several minutes, I convinced myself it was coincidence. Then I reached an intersection. The road split unexpectedly. One branch continued straight. The other turned sharply left. Without signaling, I took the left turn. The headlights behind me turned left too. Same distance, same position. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. The fog thickened. The road narrowed. The headlights remained there. Watching, following, mirroring. I told myself there was probably another driver lost in the same conditions. That explanation lasted until I made another test. I swerved slightly toward the shoulder and corrected. The vehicle behind me swerved too. Perfectly. Not delayed. Not approximate. Perfect. A pulse of fear shot through me. I checked the mirror repeatedly. Every movement I made was reflected. Every adjustment. Every correction. The vehicle seemed attached to me by an invisible connection. I accelerated harder. The engine responded immediately. The headlights behind me maintained the same impossible spacing. I could not gain distance. I could not lose it. The realization settled over me slowly. I wasn't being followed. I was being copied. I approached another intersection. This one looked familiar, too familiar. The leaning signpost, the broken mailbox, the cracked patch of pavement. I had already passed them. I was sure of it. My mouth went dry. The roads were repeating, not resembling each other, repeating. The exact same details, the exact same arrangement. I slowed almost to a stop. The vehicle behind slowed too. Its headlights remained fixed in the mirror. I couldn't see the body clearly through the fog, only the shape. Only enough to notice something that made my stomach twist. The silhouette looked identical to my own vehicle. Same size, same profile, same roof rack. I stared for several seconds. Then I looked ahead, then back again. Still there, a duplicate, or something close enough to be one. I pressed harder on the accelerator. The road stretched endlessly forward. Minutes passed. The barn appeared again. The bridge appeared again. The dead trees appeared again. The same sequence, the same order, the same impossible repetition. Panic began creeping in around the edges of my thoughts. My navigation was dead. My phone was dead. The roads led nowhere. The landscape looped endlessly, and something behind me mirrored every decision I made. I considered stopping. The idea lasted only a moment. If the vehicle behind me stopped too, I wasn't sure what I would do. I kept moving. Time became difficult to judge. It felt like hours. The sky remained dark. The fog remained unchanged. Nothing about the world suggested progress. Then a thought occurred to me. Every decision I had made so far had been logical. Every turn had followed roads. Every action had obeyed normal driving behavior. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe the loop depended on predictability. I didn't know why that thought appeared. Maybe desperation created it. Maybe exhaustion. Either way, it was the first idea that felt different. I watched the road ahead carefully. A few minutes later, I spotted a narrow dirt track emerging from the fog. There was no sign, no markings, no indication it was even a road. It looked more like a maintenance path cutting through a field. Under normal circumstances, I would never have taken it. That was exactly why I chose it. The decision happened instantly. No signal, no hesitation. I yanked the wheel right. The tires bounced across rough ground. Gravel rattled beneath the vehicle. Mud sprayed against the sides. For a moment, I thought I might lose control. The headlights behind me vanished. Not turned. Vanished. I continued down the dirt path. The fog swirled around me. Branches scraped against the sides of the vehicle. The track twisted unpredictably. I followed it without any plan. Left. Right. A sharp bend around a stand of trees. Another turn through tall grass. The path eventually merged with a paved road I had never seen before. The fog began thinning. Gradually, the eastern horizon lightened. The first traces of dawn appeared. I looked in the mirror. Nothing. No headlights. No duplicate vehicle. No follower. Just an empty road. Relief hit me so hard my hands shook. I drove until I found a small gas station opening for the morning. The phone phone powered on immediately when I tried it. The dashboard clock corrected itself. The radio worked perfectly. Everything appeared normal. I asked the attendant if there were any roads matching the route I described. He looked confused. Several landmarks I mentioned didn't exist anywhere nearby. The collapsed red barn, the bridge, the dead trees, none of it sounded familiar to him. Years have passed since that drive. I still avoid isolated roads before dawn. I still keep paper maps in my vehicle. And sometimes, when I'm driving through fog, I glance into the mirror expecting to see those headlights again. What bothers me most isn't the vehicle, it's the memory of the repeating landscape. Because I know what I saw, I know those roads folded back on themselves in ways they shouldn't have. And every now and then, when I wake before sunrise, I remember the shape hidden behind those headlights and wonder whether the thing following me escaped the loop too. I noticed the silence before I noticed anything else. That sounds backwards because silence isn't usually something you see. But that night it felt visible. It hung over the building like a sheet stretched too tight. The parking lot was brightly lit, every lamp working, every storefront glowing behind glass. Yet not a single person moved anywhere inside. I had stopped at the shopping center on my way home late one evening. Most of the businesses were technically closed, but the main indoor corridor that connected them was usually open for cleaning crews and security staff. I had been there dozens of times before. It was familiar enough that I never thought twice about walking inside. The moment I stepped through the entrance, something felt wrong. The air conditioning was running. Lights shined from every ceiling fixture. Promotional displays stood exactly where they always had. But there were no employees, no cleaners, no security guards, no distant voices, no carts rolling across tile, nothing. I stood just inside the doorway and listened. A low mechanical hum drifted through the building. It was probably ventilation equipment somewhere overhead. The sound should have been reassuring. Instead, it made the emptiness feel worse. I remember looking around and thinking that maybe everyone was simply in another section of the building. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was completely alone. I started walking. The corridor stretched ahead beneath rows of bright lights. Storefronts lined both sides. Their security gates were pulled down, but illuminated signs remained on above them. My footsteps echoed louder than they should have. I tried to ignore it. I've always been the type of person who notices little environmental changes. If a chair has been moved an inch or a picture frame is hanging slightly crooked, I usually catch it immediately. Friends have joked about it before. Unfortunately, being observant also means noticing when something feels subtly off. Halfway down the corridor, I stopped. I couldn't immediately identify what had bothered me. Everything appeared normal. Then I looked ahead. The hallway seemed longer, not dramatically longer, just enough to make me doubt myself. I frowned and stared. The intersection at the far end should have been easy to see from where I stood. I'd walked through it countless times. Now it looked farther away. I blinked several times. The distance seemed normal again. I laughed nervously and continued walking. The sound bounced awkwardly around the empty space. A few seconds later, the hallway looked longer once more. This time I kept moving while watching. The effect didn't disappear. The intersection ahead slowly drifted farther away. Not quickly, not suddenly. It simply retreated at the same pace I approached it. I stopped walking. The hallway stopped stretching. I took another step. The far end pulled away again. A cold sensation spread through my stomach. I looked behind me. The entrance doors seemed much closer than they should have been. I turned forward again. The corridor extended endlessly beneath identical lights. Every instinct told me that what I was seeing couldn't be real. Buildings don't change dimensions because someone walks through them. I rubbed my eyes. The effect remained. I looked down at the floor, then back up. Still there, the intersection continued sitting impossibly far away. The mechanical hum overhead carried through the building. I focused on it because it was the only normal thing left. The steady drone anchored me. As long as that sound existed, I could convince myself there was some explanation. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the lighting created an optical illusion. Maybe the empty building was making me anxious. I started moving again, determined to reach the end of the corridor. The farther I walked, the more uneasy I became. Storefront reflections shifted strangely in the glass. Light seemed slightly brighter ahead than behind. The floor tiles appeared repetitive in a way that made distance difficult to judge. I couldn't tell whether I was making progress anymore. Then the hum stopped. Instantly. No gradual winding down. No fading. One moment it existed. The next moment it was gone. Absolute silence crashed into the building. I froze. The absence of sound felt physical. I became aware of tiny details all at once. The still air, the motionless signs, the complete lack of voices. The corridor looked frozen. My heartbeat suddenly seemed loud enough to echo. I listened for anything. A footstep, a machine, a door closing. Nothing. The silence wasn't nearly quiet. It felt wrong. I don't know how else to describe it. Every building has background noise. Air systems, electrical equipment, distant activity. This place had none. For several seconds I stood completely still. Then I noticed the shadows. At first I thought it was a trick of the lighting. The bright overhead fixtures cast dark shapes beneath benches, displays, and decorative planters. Normal shadows, except they weren't staying where they should. One beneath a bench, stretched sideways, another folded into an angle that didn't match the object creating it. I stared. The shadow moved again, slowly, not like something passing in front of a light source, not like shifting illumination. The shape itself changed. My pulse spiked. I looked farther down the corridor. Additional shadows along the walls seemed distorted, lengthening, twisting, connecting to one another. The longer I watched, the less they resembled ordinary shadows. That was the moment survival instinct took over. Not curiosity, not confusion. Fear, pure fear. I turned around and started walking quickly toward the entrance. The doors appeared much farther away than before. My stomach dropped. I knew exactly where they should have been. The distance was wrong. Behind me, the silence remained complete. I refused to look back. My pace increased. The hallway seemed determined to stretch in both directions now. Storefronts slid past. Reflections flickered in dark glass. The entrance remained frustratingly distant. I broke into a run. My footsteps exploded through the quiet. The sound felt invasive, like the building didn't want noise inside it anymore. I kept running. The doors finally appeared closer, then closer still. The corridor no longer seemed endless. Whatever impossible effect had trapped the space was weakening, or I was escaping it. I didn't care which. I risked one glance behind me. I immediately regretted it. The shadows along the floor had merged into shapes that no longer matched anything around them. They spread across tile in unnatural patterns. Some climbed walls, others extended outward from empty areas where nothing should have cast them at all. I looked away before I could process what I was seeing. The entrance rushed toward me. I slammed through the doors and stumbled into the parking lot. Cool night air hit my face. Sound returned instantly. Traffic hummed from a distant road. Wind rustled nearby trees. Everything felt painfully normal. I doubled over, trying to catch my breath. For a long moment, I couldn't bring myself to look back. When I finally did, the building appeared completely ordinary. Bright lights shined through the glass. Storefronts stood motionless. The corridor inside looked exactly as it always had. No stretching hallways, no distorted shadows, nothing unusual. A few minutes later, a security vehicle drove into the parking lot. Seeing another person should have reassured me. Instead, I got into my car and left immediately. I never reported what happened because I knew how it would sound. Even now, years later, I still pass that building occasionally. It remains open. People shop there every day. Nothing ever appears unusual from the outside, but whenever I catch sight of the brightly lit corridor through the glass entrance, I remember that impossible silence and the way the hallway slowly retreated from me as I walked toward it, and I remember the shadows beginning to change just before I ran. I noticed the door because it was wrong. That sounds vague, but I mean it in the most literal way possible. I was walking through an old commercial building scheduled for renovation, the kind of place with abandoned offices, faded directory signs, and a permanent layer of dust that seemed untouched by time. I wasn't supposed to be there, but I had a habit of exploring forgotten spaces whenever I got the chance. I liked figuring out how buildings were laid out, tracing additions and renovations through mismatched hallways and strange floor plans. That afternoon, sunlight pushed weakly through dirty windows, turning the floating dust into pale streaks of gold. Most of the building was exactly what I expected. Empty offices, storage rooms, a few broken ceiling tiles, nothing unusual. Then I found a door that shouldn't have existed. According to the exterior walls I'd already walked around, there wasn't enough space behind it for anything larger than a small utility closet. The wall backed directly against another section of the structure. Still, curiosity got the better of me. I pulled the door open. Beyond it stretched a corridor, not a closet, not a maintenance room, a corridor that extended farther than the dimensions of the building should have allowed. I remember standing there for several seconds, staring. My first assumption was simple. Maybe there was some connecting wing I hadn't seen from outside. Maybe the building was larger than I thought. That explanation lasted exactly until I stepped through. The hallway was dim but not dark. Light filtered down from rectangular fixtures in the ceiling. Some worked. Some flickered weakly. Dust coated everything. The air felt stale. I walked forward. The corridor opened into a square room surrounded by 4 identical doorways. I chose the one directly ahead. It led into another corridor, then another room, then another corridor. At first, I wasn't concerned. Old institutional buildings often reused layouts. Hospitals, offices, schools, government facilities. Repetition was normal. What wasn't normal was realizing I'd been walking for nearly 15 minutes. The building wasn't large enough to contain what I was seeing. I stopped and looked back. The corridor behind me stretched into a haze of dim light. The door I'd entered through was gone. Not hidden. Gone. A cold sensation settled into my stomach. I returned the way I'd come. The square room appeared exactly where it should. 4 doors. I entered the one I was certain had led from the entrance corridor. Another hallway. Another room. Not the exit. I stood perfectly still. My first instinct was to laugh, not because anything was funny, but because my brain refused to accept what my eyes were showing me. I tried again. Different door, different corridor, same result. Room after room unfolded in impossible repetition. The architecture behaved like a broken reflection. Every corridor seemed identical to the last. Every room had the same dimensions, the same dust, the same flickering lights, the same silence. After a while, I pulled a marker from my backpack. I drew a large black arrow on one wall. Then I continued walking. 10 minutes later, I found the arrow again. The sight of it hit me harder than I expected. I hadn't consciously believed I was trapped until that moment. Now I knew. I started marking every room. Arrows. Large X's, lines across door frames, anything visible. Soon the walls were covered with my markings. It didn't help. The layout looped in ways that made no sense. Sometimes I'd encounter the same room from a different direction. Sometimes a marked room appeared where an unmarked room should have been. At one point I found 3 marked rooms in a row. I knew that was impossible because I'd only marked one of them. I stood there staring until my hands started shaking. The longer I remained inside, the harder it became to estimate time. My phone still worked, but the clock seemed meaningless. Hours might have passed, or minutes. The light never changed. The air never changed. Nothing changed except my growing sense of panic. Then came the feeling that I wasn't alone. It arrived gradually. At first it was just discomfort, a strange certainty that I was being observed. I kept looking over my shoulder, checking empty hallways, scanning doorways, finding nothing. I told myself it was stress. Being trapped would make anyone paranoid. That explanation worked for a while. Then I started noticing small things. I would enter a room, and instantly feel as though someone had just stepped out. I would turn quickly after hearing what sounded like movement. Nothing would be there. Sometimes I became convinced that something stood at the far end of a corridor, a shape, a silhouette, a figure. Every time I focused on it, there was nothing, just dust and distance. The worst part wasn't seeing anything. The worst part was feeling watched. The sensation became so intense that my body reacted before my mind could. My heart raced constantly. My breathing shortened. The muscles in my shoulders stayed tight. I couldn't relax, couldn't think clearly, couldn't convince myself I was imagining it. At one point, I sat against a wall to rest. The silence around me felt enormous. I remember staring down an empty hallway while trying to calm myself. Then every hair on my arm stood up, instantly, without warning. The reaction was so sudden that I got to my feet before I understood why. The corridor remained empty. Nothing moved. Nothing appeared. But I felt absolutely certain that something was looking directly at me. Not nearby. Not somewhere in the distance. Right there. Watching. I backed away. The feeling followed. I moved faster. It followed. Soon I was walking quickly through room after room. Then I was jogging. Then running. The endless repetition blurred together. Doorways, corridors, dust, lights, my own footsteps echoing through spaces that seemed determined to keep me lost. I no longer cared about understanding what was happening. My curiosity had vanished completely. All I wanted was to leave. I turned corners without thinking, past walls covered in my own frantic markings. Sometimes I thought I heard another set of footsteps, not loud, just faint enough to make me question whether they were real. Each time I stopped, the sound disappeared. The feeling remained. Watching, waiting, following. I entered another room and froze. The markings on the walls were different. Not mine. At least I don't think they were. Dark streaks crossed the paint. Long lines. Curved shapes. Symbols that meant nothing to me. For several seconds I simply stared. Then the overhead lights flickered. Once. Twice. 3 times. The room plunged into darkness for a fraction of a second. When the lights returned, I was already moving. I ran. The panic that hit me then was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Pure instinct, pure fear. The certainty that if I stopped moving, something terrible would happen. I don't know how long I ran. The layout became increasingly unstable. Corridors seemed longer than before. Rooms appeared where hallways should have been. Doorways stood open where solid walls had existed moments earlier. The building felt less like architecture and more like a puzzle continuously rearranging itself. Then everything shifted. I don't know how else to describe it. The floor vibrated beneath my feet. A deep groaning sound echoed through the structure. Not loud, just immense, as though the building itself were moving. Dust rained from the ceiling. The wall ahead seemed to bend slightly, not physically, visually, like reality had slipped for a second. I stumbled, caught myself against a doorway, looked up, and saw sunlight, real sunlight, bright and unmistakable. Beyond the doorway was the original hallway, the one I'd entered from. I didn't hesitate. I ran through. The instant I crossed the threshold, the sensation of being watched disappeared completely. I turned around. The corridor beyond the doorway was gone. The door opened onto a small utility closet, exactly the size it should have been, exactly the size the building's layout allowed. I stood there breathing hard, staring into that tiny space. Brooms, shelves, cleaning supplies. Nothing else. No endless corridors. No repeating rooms. No impossible architecture. Just a closet. I left the building immediately. Outside, the afternoon sun hung lower than I expected. Far more time had passed than I thought. I never returned. Years later, I still catch myself studying floor plans, trying to find some explanation I missed. But every time I remember those identical rooms, those endless corridors, and that unbearable feeling of unseen attention, I end up staring at the same image in my mind, a doorway opening into a space far larger than the building itself, with dust drifting through dim light as something waited somewhere beyond sight. I realized I was lost, when I passed the same yellow maintenance cabinet for the third time. At first, I told myself there had to be a simple explanation. I was in an underground transit corridor beneath a busy part of the city. The kind of concrete passage designed to connect platforms, parking structures, and service areas. Everything down there looked nearly identical. Gray walls, fluorescent lights, utility doors with faded labels, long stretches of corridor that seemed to repeat themselves. I have always relied on logic when I find myself somewhere unfamiliar. Instead of panicking, I usually stop, figure out where I made a mistake, and retrace my steps. That afternoon, I was trying to reach a parking garage after leaving a train station. Construction had closed one of the normal exits, and temporary signs pointed pedestrians through a different route. I followed them without thinking much about it. The first few turns seemed straightforward. Then I noticed the foot traffic thinning out. A corridor that had been crowded became nearly empty. A few people passed me going the opposite direction, then nobody at all. The sounds of the station faded behind me until all I could hear were my own footsteps and the distant hum of ventilation systems. I checked my phone. No signal. That wasn't unusual underground. I continued walking. The corridor split at an intersection. One direction had a temporary construction sign leaning against a wall. The other looked identical except for a small arrow painted on the concrete floor. I chose the route with the arrow. That was the turn that caused everything. 10 minutes later, I was still walking. The corridor remained exactly the same. Gray concrete, white lights, utility doors, no people, no signs, nothing that looked familiar. I stopped and looked behind me. The view was unsettling. The hallway stretched away in a perfectly straight line, disappearing into a distant haze of artificial light. I considered turning back. Then I noticed the yellow maintenance cabinet. It stood beside the wall with a dent near the bottom corner. I was certain I had already seen it. I walked closer. The dent was identical. Even a scrape of red paint across the metal surface looked familiar. I stood there for several seconds trying to convince myself I was mistaken. Maybe all the cabinets looked the same. Maybe I was imagining it. I kept moving. 5 minutes later, I saw it again. The same cabinet, the same dent, the same red scrape. This time my stomach tightened. I immediately turned around and walked in the opposite direction. The corridor behind me looked exactly as it had before. I moved quickly. Left turn, straight section, another turn, another straight section. Then the cabinet appeared again, ahead of me, waiting beside the wall. My practical mindset started searching for explanations. Maybe the layout was circular. Maybe I had unconsciously taken a wrong turn. Maybe fatigue was affecting my memory. All reasonable possibilities. None of them explained why I couldn't find a single exit. I checked the time. More than an hour had passed since I entered the underground passage. That seemed impossible. The distance I had covered should have taken a fraction of that. I began walking faster. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. My footsteps echoed sharply against the concrete. Then something happened that I still struggle to describe. The sound vanished. Not gradually, instantly. 1 second I heard my shoes striking the floor. The next second there was nothing. I stopped moving. Silence. Absolute silence. I stomped my foot. No sound. I clapped my hands together. Nothing. The corridor remained frozen in complete stillness. The sensation was horrifying. Most people think silence is simply the absence of noise. This felt different. It felt as if sound itself no longer existed. My ears weren't ringing. There wasn't any pressure. There was simply nothing. I opened my mouth and shouted. At least I think I did. I felt the movement in my throat. I felt air leave my lungs, but I heard nothing, not even the faintest trace. The silence pressed against me harder than any noise ever could. I started moving again. Fast. My logical approach was beginning to crack. The lack of sound made the corridor feel unreal. Every step felt disconnected from the world. I couldn't judge distance properly. I couldn't tell whether the lights were buzzing. I couldn't hear ventilation fans. I couldn't even hear myself breathing. The hallway stretched endlessly ahead. I passed utility doors, electrical panels, emergency maps that seemed vague and unhelpful. Every feature looked familiar. Every section appeared identical to the last. The silence continued. I have no idea how long I wandered after that. Time felt distorted. Minutes could have been hours. Hours could have been minutes. At one point, I found myself sitting against a wall without remembering when I had stopped. I stared at the concrete floor. The fluorescent lights cast pale reflections across the polished surface. Nothing moved. Nothing changed. Then I noticed something. A vibration. Not a sound. A vibration. Something faint pulsed through the floor beneath me. I stood up immediately. The sensation came again. A dull rhythm. Slow. Steady. Far away. I couldn't hear it. I could only feel it. The pulses repeated. For several moments, I tried convincing myself it was machinery. A train? Ventilation equipment. Anything ordinary. Then the vibrations changed direction. They seemed to come from behind me. I turned. The corridor stretched into the distance. Empty. The pulsing continued. Slow. Measured. Approaching. I started walking. The vibrations followed. I walked faster. The rhythm remained behind me. Always distant. Never closer. Never farther away. Just there. Tracking me. My pulse accelerated. The practical part of my mind kept insisting there had to be a reasonable explanation. A mechanical source. Construction work. An underground train. But every explanation felt weaker than the last. I rounded another corner. The vibration continued. Behind me. Steady. Patient. I began running. The corridor blurred around me. Concrete walls, white lights, gray floor, turn after turn after turn. The vibration remained, a distant presence somewhere beyond sight. I don't know how long that continued. I only remember the growing certainty that I would never find a way out. The realization arrived slowly. Then all at once, I was trapped, not physically. The corridor itself had become the trap. Every direction led to more corridor. Every turn revealed another identical stretch. Every attempt to navigate logically ended in failure. For the first time that afternoon, panic took over. I ran without any plan. My breathing burned. My legs ached. I rounded a corner expecting more concrete. Instead, I nearly collided with a door. It was painted dark green. Unlike every other utility door I had passed, this one stood slightly open. A thin line of bright light spilled through the gap. I froze. The vibration continued somewhere behind me. Slow, steady, waiting. The door shouldn't have been there. I was certain of that. Yet there it was. I grabbed the handle and pulled. The door swung open. Instantly sound returned. The effect was so sudden that I staggered. Voices, footsteps, traffic noise, music from distant speakers, all of it rushed back at once. I stepped through the doorway and found myself standing inside the main concourse of the transit station, the busiest area in the entire complex. Hundreds of people moved around me. Digital signs displayed train schedules. Families crossed the floor carrying luggage. Workers hurried toward platforms. Everything looked completely normal. I turned around immediately. The green door stood behind me, closed. A plain service door set into a wall. No corridor visible beyond it. No strange passage. Nothing unusual at all. I stood there trying to catch my breath. Several people glanced at me before continuing on their way. No one seemed concerned. No one appeared to notice anything strange. After a few minutes, I approached the door again. I opened it. Inside was a small maintenance room, cleaning supplies, electrical equipment, concrete walls, no endless hallway, no twisting network of corridors, nothing remotely resembling the place I had just escaped. I left the station shortly afterward. The city outside looked brighter than I remembered. Traffic moved normally. People filled the sidewalks. Life continued as if nothing had happened. I spent weeks trying to explain it. Disorientation, stress, poor navigation, a strange acoustic effect. Every possibility sounded reasonable. Until I remembered one detail, the vibration, that distant repetitive rhythm that followed me through the silence. Months later, while passing through the same station, I noticed a yellow maintenance cabinet near one of the walls. It had a dent near the bottom corner. and a scrape of red paint across its surface. I kept walking, but I couldn't stop looking at it in my peripheral vision until it disappeared behind the crowd. I noticed it on the monitor before I noticed how quiet the building had become. The warehouse-style retail center sat on the edge of town, surrounded by empty lots and a stretch of road that rarely saw traffic after midnight. Most nights, my security shift followed the same pattern. I walked the property, checked doors, watched the cameras, filled out reports, and waited for sunrise. That night started no differently. A thick layer of clouds covered the sky outside. The parking lot lights cast pale circles across the pavement, and beyond them everything dissolved into darkness. Business had ended hours earlier. Every employee had gone home. I was the only person left inside the building. Around 1:30 in the morning, I was sitting in the security office reviewing camera feeds. There were 16 monitors arranged in a grid, each showing a different angle of the property. I had looked away for less than a minute to complete an incident log. When I looked back, something on camera 12 caught my attention. At first I thought it was a reflection. The camera overlooked the eastern side of the building near a fenced service area. The image quality wasn't great at night, and occasionally insects or rain would create strange distortions, but this wasn't either of those. A dark shape occupied the center of the screen. It wasn't standing near the fence. It wasn't standing near the building. It appeared to be directly in front of the camera itself. The image looked wrong, not blurry, not distorted, just wrong. The shape had no clear outline. It seemed almost flat against the lens, blocking part of the image while leaving other sections visible. I stared at it for several seconds, trying to understand what I was seeing. Then it moved. Not much, just enough for me to realize it wasn't a camera malfunction. My first thought was that someone had wandered onto the property. That happened occasionally. People cut through the lot at night, or searched dumpsters behind businesses. Usually all it took was a warning over the speaker system. I leaned closer to the monitor. The shape remained completely still. No obvious features, no face, no clothing, just a dark presence occupying part of the screen. I switched to another camera angle covering the same area. Nothing. The service yard was empty. I checked a third camera. Still nothing. Only camera 12 showed the shape. I replayed the recording from the previous few minutes. The footage showed an empty service yard. Then, between frames, the shape was simply there. No approach, no arrival, just present. A cold feeling settled in my stomach. I told myself there had to be an explanation. A damaged sensor, a bug crawling across the lens, a trick of the lighting. Still, part of my job was verifying unusual activity, so I grabbed my flashlight and headed toward the nearest exit. The building felt different as I crossed it. The hum of refrigeration units echoed through empty aisles. Emergency lights glowed above doorways. My footsteps sounded louder than they should have. I unlocked the side door and stepped outside. The air felt damp beneath the heavy cloud cover. The parking lot stretched away in silence. I swept my flashlight across the service area. Nothing. The fence stood exactly where it should. The dumpsters were undisturbed. No vehicles, no people, no movement. I walked farther along the building and checked the angle covered by camera 12. Still nothing. The area was completely empty. That should have reassured me. Instead, it made me more uneasy. I couldn't reconcile what I had seen on the monitor with what was directly in front of me. I stood there for another moment, listening. No wind, no traffic, no distant machinery. The silence felt unnatural. Then I heard a faint metallic sound from somewhere behind me. A single tap. I turned immediately. Nothing. My flashlight beam swept across asphalt and concrete walls. The sound didn't repeat. I headed back inside. The moment the door closed behind me, I locked it and returned to the security office. Camera 12 still displayed the shape, except now it seemed closer. I froze. The camera's view hadn't changed. The service yard remained visible behind it, yet somehow the dark obstruction occupied more of the frame than before. I checked the recording again. The progression was subtle, slow, but undeniable. Whatever was causing the anomaly appeared to be moving nearer to the lens. My mouth had gone dry. I switched through every exterior camera. The rest showed empty pavement, empty walkways, and empty parking areas. Nothing unusual, nothing moving, nothing that explained camera 12. I picked up the phone to contact a supervisor. Before I could dial, a loud impact slammed against the side of the building. The sound echoed through the structure. I nearly dropped the receiver. Another impact followed, closer, heavier. Metal rattled somewhere down the corridor. Every nerve in my body went alert. This wasn't a camera malfunction anymore. Someone was outside. Someone was trying to get in. I left the office and moved toward the hallway leading to the service entrance. The building's layout allowed me to view the door from a safe distance. As soon as I reached the corner, I saw the handle move, not a gentle test. A hard pull. The metal door shook within its frame. Another violent jerk followed. The noise echoed through the empty building. Whoever was outside wasn't speaking. No demands. No shouting. No attempt to identify themselves. Just silence. Then another pull. The door rattled so hard I thought the lock might fail. I backed away immediately. Every security procedure I'd been trained on flashed through my mind. Do not confront. Maintain distance. Contact emergency services. Secure yourself. The handle jerked again. A loud bang struck the door. Then another. The impacts came without rhythm or warning. The person outside seemed determined to force entry. I moved quickly through the building toward a reinforced storage room located near the center of the structure. The room had solid walls and a heavy security door designed for emergencies. As I hurried there, more impacts echoed from the direction of the service entrance. Each one sounded stronger than the last. I entered the room and locked the door behind me. Only then did I pull out my phone. My hand shook as I called emergency services. The operator answered immediately. I explained that someone was attempting to enter the building. The operator instructed me to remain secured and wait for responding officers. I stayed on the line. The storage room had no windows, only concrete walls and fluorescent lighting. I could hear distant sounds through the structure, occasional bangs, metal vibrating, then silence. The silence was somehow worse. Minutes passed. I checked the time repeatedly. The operator remained calm. Outside the room, the building seemed impossibly still. Then a new sound emerged, a scraping noise, slow, dragging across metal somewhere nearby. It lasted only a few seconds, then stopped. I held my breath. The operator asked if I was still there. I answered quietly. The scraping did not return. Neither did the impacts. The silence stretched on. I remember staring at the closed door, expecting the handle to move at any moment. It never did. Eventually, distant sirens became audible. The sound grew louder until flashing lights reflected beneath the gap at the bottom of the door. Relief hit me so suddenly my knees felt weak. Officers entered the building and announced themselves. Only after they reached my location did I unlock the door. They searched the entire property, the exterior, the service yard, the parking lot, the fence line, everything. They found no one. What bothered me most came afterward. One officer reviewed the security footage with me. The impacts against the service door were clearly recorded. The handle moving was clearly recorded. The attempted entry had happened. There was no doubt about that. But when we checked camera 12, the anomaly was gone. The image showed an empty service yard. The recording still contained the moment when the shape first appeared. It still showed the dark obstruction growing larger over time. Yet, no matter how many times we replayed it, neither of us could determine what it actually was. The officer suggested a camera issue. I wanted to believe that. It was the most reasonable explanation. Still, I couldn't forget what happened immediately afterward. The appearance on the monitor, the empty yard outside, the sudden attempt to enter the building. Each event led directly to the next. If I hadn't checked the camera, I might not have been paying attention when the door started shaking. If I hadn't taken the threat seriously, I might not have reached the secure room before whoever was outside tried to get in. My shift ended shortly after sunrise. The clouds were beginning to break apart as I walked toward my car. The building looked completely ordinary in the morning light. Employees were arriving for work. Traffic moved along the road. Everything appeared normal. But before I drove away, I looked back toward the eastern side of the structure where camera 12 had been pointed. The fence stood motionless beneath the gray morning sky, and for a moment I imagined a dark shape lingering just beyond the edge of visibility,